Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Steel City Sports Report, where we talk everything Steelers, Penguins, and Pirates. I am your host, Brady Vini, back at it again. Night 2 of the NFL Draft, about to get underway here in about 9 minutes. Happy to have all of you fine folks back this evening. Hey, let's go. Welcome back to the stream, my guy. Hope everything is good with you. Exciting night ahead of us, but before I get too far, let's talk about last night. At the bottom of your screen right now, a recap of what all picks went down on day one of the NFL draft. Of course, here to talk about what the Pittsburgh Steelers did. A good pick for them in my book. They did not reach for a quarterback, and they stuck in picked at their most needed position really on the team right now, that being defensive tackle. Wound up taking defensive tackle Derek Harmon from Oregon. Love that pick. He's been mocked and linked to the Steelers for some time now. Steelers met with him at the Combine, didn't have him for a top 30 visit. I believe that was a bit of a smokescreen there, but glad to have Harmon in the fold. And I will say this: Cam Hayward, build 6'5", 320 pounds. He flashed all over the tape. 55 quarterback pressures at the University of Oregon last season. So who better to learn from if you play like Cam Hayward, you look like Cam Hayward, than from Cam Hayward. I do want to come out and express my condolences to Derek Harmon. However, if you were on the stream last night, we found out that Derek, after getting drafted first overall by the Steelers, after he got picked and he did all of his calls with the Steelers and media in Pittsburgh, he did say that he was going to go visit his mother in the hospital. His mother, I believe her name is Tiffany, on life support. And on life support after suffering a stroke when he was younger. So he went there to tell her the good news. And that was heartbreaking in and of itself, but even more heartbreaking. About 4 hours ago, earlier this afternoon, we found out that his mother passed away shortly after he met with her to tell her the good news of him getting drafted to the Steelers. Just heartbreaking. My condolences to Derek and his family. Probably what was supposed to be the biggest day of his life, his dreams of playing football in the NFL finally come true, now comes with and gets overshadowed by the loss of his mother. That is just absolutely heartbreaking. A statement that Harmon had last night when talking to the media, talking about his mother. After all those brain surgeries, man, she did not give up. She still took me to practice, still went to work, and I always, in the back of my head from the beginning of my college career was, why can't I keep going? I'm tired. If I'm tired, I'm injured, whatever it is, why can't I keep going if she can get up and she keeps going after brain surgery? Uh, Clearly, his mom meant a lot to him, and she raised one heck of a young gentleman. I saw something that when he got his first NIL money from Oregon, he didn't like how you see all these other college players getting fancy hot rods, Dodge Challengers, Lamborghinis, big trucks, all that. He didn't do any of that. He kept his mother first and foremost in his mind and in his heart, got her a handicap accessible vehicle when he first got his first round of NIL money. And just such devastating news that, he lost his mother on the biggest day of his life. And he's only been a Steeler for not even 24 hours yet. And all of Steelers Nation is going to rally around this young kid and give him unwavering support, no doubt. Finish up on this statement from Art Rooney II, just came out 45 minutes ago. On behalf of the entire Pittsburgh Steelers organization, I extend our deepest condolences to Derek Harmon and his family during this difficult time. Though we are excited to select Derek in the first round of the NFL draft, Our hearts are heavy as we mourn the death of his mother, Tiffany Sane. We will support Derek and his family however we can as he navigates this period of grief. In times like this, we hope Derek finds comfort in the love and support from the organization and Steelers fans around the world. Our thoughts and prayers will continue to be with Derek's family. Well spoken there by Art Rooney. Like I just said, we're all going to be surrounded around Derek. And I thought of this just earlier in that, praying for Derek Harmon, how we talked about in the football sense, him going to the Steelers and him having like the body type and the personality that Cam Hayward has, that is going to benefit him in football. Also, though, I think he was destined to be a Steeler, not because of the Steeler DNA that Mike Tomlin said last night, but also going through this tough loss with his mother. He is going to be now in an organization with Cam Hayward, where Cam, when he was in high school and about to go to college, he lost his dad, everybody knows, Ironhead. So he can always go to Cam to seek comfort and advice on how to grieve during this difficult time. I think it's going to be good that Cam's going to be there with him. But just sad, and my heart and prayers go out to Derek and his family, and we hope that he can find some comfort in this difficult time. I speak that on behalf of Steelers Nation and the Steelers organization around the world. Now focusing more on tonight in the comments real quick. Yes, sir, out delivering. What's up, Zach? How are you? Prayers to Derek Harmon and his family. Absolutely. Looking forward to tonight. Got the round 2 banner at the bottom of the screen there. Cleveland Browns, they have the first round pick coming up. Talking about the Steelers tonight, just one pick. That is pick number 83 in the 3rd round. Of course, their 2nd round pick, formerly pick number 52, now property of the Seattle Seahawks from the DK Metcalf trade. What they do tonight is going to be something to monitor. Now, we might need to wait a little bit for pick 81, but there's always the possibility that they could come up into the 2nd round, possibly for a quarterback. 2 fantastic possible starting quarterbacks this upcoming season on the board right now. That is Jalen Milroe from Alabama, and the big slide all anybody is talking about, Shedeur Sanders, still there. Now, like I just said, Cleveland Browns, they have 2 selections in the first 4 picks. I think that one of those is going to be a quarterback, whether that is Milroe or Sanders. We will have to wait and see. We might be getting an answer on if one of those 2 will be a realistic possibility for the Steelers to trade up and get. We'll find that out here soon enough. Also, some other quarterback hungry teams ahead of them. You still got the New Orleans Saints out there. They did not take a quarterback last night. You got the Las Vegas Raiders. They could always take a QB and so on and so forth. So a long way to go to 83. We'll be interested to see if the Steelers do trade up. We've had conflicted reports today. All day yesterday, any insiders and banter on social media between reporters, analysts, friends was, are the Steelers going to take Shedeur Sanders or not? Now today, similar, back and forth where for are the Steelers going to be trading George Pickens or not? Diana Rossini of The Athletic said that the Steelers have been receiving calls about the availability of Pickens all day long. Pittsburgh is open to conversations as it navigates Friday night without a 2nd round pick. On the other hand, you have a local writer, Jerry Dulac, saying that the Steelers aren't looking to trade George Pickens and that they aren't looking to get back into the 2nd round. So lots of conflicting reports again. Talking about Shedeur Sanders again, Ian Rappaport, he was on NFL Network just 2 hours ago talking about the big names still available in round 2. He said Shedeur tonight, he sort of is bypassing the Cleveland Browns at pick 33 and 35, I believe, saying that Shedur's two likely landing spots are either going to be the Raiders with their second round pick or the Steelers in the third round. Those are his most realistic landing spots. Where Shedeur goes, it is up in the air. We have no idea how long he's going to be sitting here tonight. He's either going to go early on, or I think he might actually slide all the way down to 83. Again, talking about last night's pick, Derek Harmon says a lot, not only about how highly they think of Derek Harmon, but you got to also wonder whether them passing on two quarterbacks, Jackson Dart was also available at 21 with Sanders, whether or not Aaron Rodgers is coming. Tonight, if Milroe and Sanders are off the board, then the Steelers better hope and pray or have a very, very strong indication from Aaron that he is going to be there before training camp begins, because otherwise you're sticking with Mason Rudolph. Diana Rossini again today saying no timetable has been set still between Rodgers and the Steelers, but she's saying that they are continuing to maintain dialogue as the team waits for his decision. So, lots to look forward to tonight. Last night had some fireworks. Of course, the big trade up between Jacksonville and Cleveland to get Travis Hunter. Both quarterbacks sliding, Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders after Cam Ward went number one. Both of those guys slid past the Steelers. Dart ended up getting taken with the 25th overall pick, but should be a lot to keep our focus on here tonight. Where do the Steelers go if they don't trade up in the first round with the 83rd pick? They could go quarterback if Milroe or Sanders, even Tyler Shuck from Louisville is there. Strong possibility. They could go running back. Still a lot of good running backs on the board. There are only two went in the first round, and they were the two consensus first round picks, Omarion Hampton and Ashton Jeanty. So should be a fun evening. And here comes the commish. Roger Goodell is walking out onto the stage, and we are about to get underway. Move this up here. There we go. There we go. All on stage there. Alumni from the NFL on stage tonight who are going to be making picks. Lynn Swann should be on that stage. I believe the report was he will be making the Steelers' third round pick tonight, so hopefully it will be fun seeing Swanee. Kentucky QBs scare me out of after Will Levis. Well, I do have Seth Hennigan, the Kentucky quarterback, in my rankings, but I believe he's like my number 11 or 12 prospect. I will say again, for the record, last night I've done a lot of work on these prospects before last night's draft. I believe it was over 290 total prospects that I did work on. I did work on 40 wide receivers and more beyond that. So will be when picks are made. If I have the prospect on my list here, I will give you some backgrounds on them, their measurables, how they did at the combine, season and career statistics, notable accolades, and analysis. So we are officially underway this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming back. I will say, if you are new here, please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you never miss when I am live. Also, feel free to like and share this stream and comment in the live chat, just like Zach and A are here. That's my team. I root for them, but man, we haven't been good in 5 years. I feel sorry, but hey, at least you got Calvin Austin. Oh no, wait, he was Memphis. Why do I keep thinking that Calvin Austin is Kentucky. Both, close enough schools. I will say, though, Kentucky product who went last night, Maxwell Hairston. Congratulations to him being a first-round pick. And also, you got Derek Harmon last night, 6'4", 6'5", 310, 320 pounds. So he's like Cam Hayward. I still think that the Steelers got one more defensive line pick in them, possibly another defensive tackle, and I wouldn't mind it being just a big 340-pound monster in the middle of that interior to spell Keanu Benton and Derek Harmon as needed. One of your guys, Kentucky, Deion Walker, he's been him and Jamari Caldwell from Oregon. Now, granted, Walker's like 6'7" and Caldwell's like 6'2", but both of those guys are real high, somewhat high on my list. Okay, the Browns are on the clock. I believe it is 7 or 6 minutes between for the first draft pick here, and then I believe it's like 5 minutes after that. So hopefully things move much, much faster than they did last night. The draft started at 8 and didn't wrap up till like 11:50. And I saw that Goodell was on the Pat McAfee show today, pretty upset that things went as slow as they did. But Brownies, 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on their first pick. They are... There we go. Cleveland Brownies on the clock. I will pop up those little graphics as we move along here tonight. So we are going to get we're going to get some fireworks here early, I think, just like last night. Again, Cleveland, they pick now and then they pick again in two picks separating their 2 second-round picks. Nervous here. I think one of those may end up being Jalen Milroe or Shedeur Sanders, or with that trade last night with the Jacksonville Jaguars, they got a first-round pick next year. They could very easily pass on quarterback altogether and go after the stronger quarterback class next year. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time tonight, all right, the pick is in. Looks like I see Kevin Stefanski there, Cleveland Browns quarterback. They got their draft board in the background, but I can't make out who all is on it. They do seem to be on FaceTime with someone, so got to wonder who that is going to be. Showing some Browns fans there in Green Bay, and boy, that is combustible. What poor seating there. It looks like all the AFC North teams, you know how like in the draft up near the stage, they have those little squares dedicated to each fan base. You get like 12 to 15 fans per box. They have the AFC North all together. I bet that is one hell of a fun group to be around. And here we go. Here comes the first selection of the night, ladies and gentlemen. And it is longtime Cleveland Browns tackle Joe Thomas making the pick. Here we go. Man, my heart, bro. All right, they do not go QB with their first pick. It is linebacker Carson Schwessinger from the University of UCLA. Yeah, that makes real sense. UCLA. Okay, Carson Schwessinger. So they go linebacker, middle linebacker with their first pick. Let me go all the way down here. Our first player profile of the night, Carson Schwessinger, my number 3 middle linebacker on my rankings. 22 years old from Moorpark, California, 6'2.5", 242 pounds, 31.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Did at the combine and pro day, ran a 4.7 flat. He had a 39.5-inch vert and did 20 reps on the bench press at 225 pounds. Last year at UCLA, 12 games played, 136 total tackles, 90 of those solo, 9 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, 3 pass defenses, 2 INTs, and 1 forced fumble. In his career at UCLA, 3 years there, 38 games played, 163 total tackles, 109 of those solo, 12 TFLs, 5 sacks, his 3 pass defenses and 2 INTs last year were all he did in his career. Same with 1 forced fumble. Notable accolades: first team AP All-American in 2024, as well as a first team All-Big Ten member and the 2024 Buck Kist Award. He was a finalist in that running for best college linebacker. Some pros and cons for him: plays fast every snap, but also processes and reacts quickly to play action and other misdirections. Body control, agility, and instincts to navigate small spaces as a blitzing rusher are elite. Good eyes and smooth hips, quick feet have him cover a lot of ground as a pursuer. He explodes laterally and sticks his face into the fan as a tackler despite his lighter weight. And he is technically sound as a tackler, squaring his shoulders to the ball carrier and staying disciplined to not bite on moves. 2 cons for him: lightweight will have him get moved or manhandled by pulling or climbing offensive linemen. Wrap tackles are just about all he can do in his arsenal, as he doesn't lay the boom that often. Player comps for him: Peyton Wilson and Tommy Eichenberg. So the first of the 2 Brownie picks, they go linebacker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Houston Texans, they were just on the clock. Their pick number 34. Going to try to work a little bit quicker than I did last night. I don't think I'm going to display the on the clock graphic too much. Going to try to move fast with the action here tonight. Same with the prospects. Here we go. Okay, so the Houston Texans, pick 34. They get a weapon for CJ Stroud in that offense. Pretty much their only wide receiver right now is Nico Collins. Tank Dell still coming back from an injury, and Stephon Diggs departed for New England. Their pick, wide receiver Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. And still, out of the top 4 wide receivers in this draft class, in my opinion, 1 still remains. But Higgins, he's no slouch either. Jaden Higgins here. Higgins, my number 6 wide receiver in this draft class, 22 years old, from South Miami, Florida, 6'4", 215, 33-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.47 40 with a 1.53 10-yard split. 10 feet, 8-inch broad jump, 39-inch vert, 16 reps on the bench. He was a top 30 visit with the Steelers back on March 17th. And hold on, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to interrupt myself here. We have a trade alert. All right, let's see what this trade is on here. That is the Seattle Seahawks. Is that them coming up for a pick? Indeed it is. Tennessee is trading back from number 35. I assume they're going to get the where else do the Seahawks pick here? So we got our first trade of the evening. Got to wonder if that is one of many here. Let me go here to the draft live update here on NFL.com draft tracker. So we don't have the details to the trade yet. I'll wait for that here. Let me finish up here on Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, getting drafted by the Houston Texans. At Iowa State, 2 years there. Last year, 13 games played, 87 receptions, 1,183 receiving yards, a 13.6 yard per reception average, and he had 9 receiving touchdowns. Was a 2023 All Big 12, honorable mention at Iowa State. and he in 2024 was a third-team AP All-American and second-team All-Big 12. Pros and cons for him: impressively smooth and balanced route runner for his size, natural hands, catcher with late soft mitts that are used in all situations, and he has great use of his hands and footwork to beat press coverage and break routes cleanly. Some cons for him: average speed may hamper his yak ability to outrun DBs. Contested catch opportunities and handsy instincts may lead to OPI issues in the NFL. Player comps for him: Tim Patrick. Is he still with the Detroit Lions? I think he is. Anyway, Tim Patrick and Andre Iosivas, the number 3 or 4 wide receiver with the AFC North division rival Cleveland or Cincinnati Bengals, excuse me. So the Seattle Seahawks, they're on the clock. They traded with Tennessee. Seattle, they have pick 50 and 52 in this second round. So you got to wonder if one of those went back to Tennessee, and they are clapping it up there. So Seattle, they were and all right, so we have the trade details. Seattle trading getting the 35th overall pick for pick number 52. That is the pick that they got from the Steelers for DK Metcalf. So they still have their original second round pick. It is the Steelers' second round pick that they got for DK Metcalf that will head to Tennessee. Tennessee got a third round pick this year. I believe that was pick number 82, if I'm correct. Yes, that is pick number 82. So let me give an update here to my graphic at the bottom of the screen. And let me take this one off and do this one. Seattle now in possession of pick 50, now in possession of pick 35. Tennessee pick 50. Cleveland takes Schlesinger, and Houston takes Higgins. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so the NFL doing some NFL rivalry promotions, and Richard Sherman's making the pick. Here we go. All right, Sherman, what you got? What do we got here, Sherman? Okay, we got a safety in one of those potential first round picks from last night that fell out of the first round is now gone. Safety Nick Emenwari from South Carolina, my top safety in this draft class. Let me pull him up here. Now gone. Let me go all the way down here and safety. Here we are. Okay, Nick Emenwari, South Carolina, 21 years old from Irmo, South Carolina, 6'3", 227 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.38 40 and a 149 10-yard split, 11 feet 6-inch broad jump, and a 43-inch vert, as well as 20 reps on the bench. Absolute unit. 3 years at South Carolina. Last year, though, 13 games played, 88 total tackles, 57 of those solo, 2 pass defenses, 4 INTs. 2 of those INTs ran back for pick sixes. Accolades in his career: 2022 Freshman All-American, 2022 All-SEC Freshman Team, 2024 First Team AP All-American, and First Team All-SEC. And analysis for him: an elite, freakish athlete with size, length, and speed. Pretty fitting that the Seattle Seahawks have taken him, because he is, if DK Metcalf was a safety, in my opinion. He's versatile to play all over the field, but is most comfortable and effective up in the box. He has an underestimated coverage range, and he is elite wide receiver with his ball skills. Great speed to recover ground on wide receivers and cut off wide runs before they can break big. And his player comps for him: Jeremy Chin, Obi Melifanu, Lewis Seen. Here come the Brownies. Oh boy, the Browns, they pass up on quarterback altogether in the second round. And our third running back of this draft is off the board. From the Ohio State. I kind of had a feeling that this guy was going to go here earlier today. Quinshon Judkins is heading to Cleveland to replace Nick Chubb. Let me go back up here to Quinshon Judkins. He was near the top of my list of running backs I would like to have seen the Steelers take. Quinshon Judkins, my number 3 running back in this draft class, behind Ashton Jeanty and Omarion Hampton. 21 years old, 5 feet 11 and a half inches, 221 pounds, 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.48 40, did an 11-foot even broad jump and a 38.5-inch vert. Started his college career at Mississippi, then transferred to Ohio State last year, I believe. 16 games played last year, 194 carries, just over 1,000 yards rushing, 14 rushing touchdowns, also caught the ball 22 times and had 2 receiving touchdowns. Was a freshman All-American, SEC Freshman of the Year, and made the All-SEC Freshman Team in 2022, as well as in 2022, the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year Award finalist. He's a 2-time first-team All-SEC in 2022 and 2023. Once he joined the Buckeyes, he became a third-team All-Big Ten member and is a national champion. Pros and cons for him: good size to take on contact and run and pass blocks, electric footwork to jump gap to gap and then accelerate, and he has a knack for the end zone, always falling forward. His only con that I have here: conflicted takes on breakaway speed. Some people have. Player comps for him: hate that these are all pretty good. Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, and Zach Charbonnet, all NFLers right there. So the Browns, I could live with them taking that linebacker pick, but that running back pick, let's hope that the Steelers running back is pretty impactful, because he was one of my favorite for the Steelers in this draft class. Let me update the banner here. So Seattle, they go safety Nick Emenwari, and Cleveland, Quinshon Judkins off the board. So let's see what. Oh, hold on here, ladies and gentlemen. We have another trade. And interesting. Hang on. So the Las Vegas Raiders were on the clock. They could have possibly maybe looked at Jalen Milroe or Shedeur Sanders. They are now trading out of that pick, and it is the Miami Dolphins who are now Miami trading up here. Gotta wonder if we are getting a run on a position here. We've had a wide receiver, a running back, and a safety of note gone. Linebacker as well. Really, the Dolphins, after the retirement of Teron Armstead and departures of key defensive players this offseason and last offseason, they really need all they can get. So let's see here. It is the Dolphins acquiring the second round pick, 37th overall, and 100 pick 143. That is a fifth round pick from the Raiders for pick 48, 98, and 135. So the Dolphins getting a second and a fifth for a second, third, and fourth. And here comes the selection. Here we go. Alec Ingold, the Dolphins fullback, is making the pick. Who's going to be his teammate? And an offensive lineman is off the board. We have a guard, Jonah Savaiinaea. Let me hope that I pronounce his name. 2 I's, 1 N, and an A-E. Hopefully that is the correct spelling right there. So Jonah Savaiinaea is off the board. Real quick, Freight Train in the comments. What time did the draft start? I'm just driving. So night 2 here. We're going through rounds 2 and 3 this evening. It started at 7. So far, Freight Train, you missed the Browns taking linebacker Carson Schwessinger. You missed the, the Texans taking wide receiver Jaden Higgins, Iowa State. The Seahawks trading up and getting safety Nick Emenwari from South Carolina. The Browns passing on quarterback again with their second of their second-round picks, taking running back Quinshon Judkins from Ohio State. And now Miami has just traded up with the Raiders, and they took guard Jonah Savaiinaea. So let me go here real quick down here to Savaiinaea, if I can get there here, my thing being a tiny bit buggy. All right, guards here. So Jonah Savaiinaea. Oh, it went blank here. Where do we go? Pop back up. Okay, here we go. Jonah Savaiinaea. He is my 4th ranked guard in this draft class, 21 years old, from Tafuna, American Samoa. So we got an Oos going to Miami with another Oos, Tua Tagovailoa. 6 foot 3.5 inches, 336 pounds, 34-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.95 40, so very, very fast, carrying nearly 340 pounds. Spent 3 years at the University of Arizona last year, 11 games played, split time between left tackle and right tackle, just about 355 snaps at each of the tackle spots. Gave up 2 quarterback hits and 4 sacks. He is a 2-time all Pac-12 honorable mention in 2022 and 2023. Last year, a 2024 all Big 12 honorable mention. Pros and cons for him: lots of experience at offensive tackle and guard in his career there. 345 left tackle snaps, 1,057 right tackle snaps. Also almost had 1,000 snaps at right guard. So other pros for him: large frame and controlling posture make him a serviceable pass protector at any position he plays. He's also patient but quick with his hands, and he has a good upper body strength to shut down outside blocks and shove defenders around on run blocks. Cons for him: lack of bend and slow slides make him struggle with inside moves, and he has issues dealing with players his size or bigger, and that makes him unable to anchor against bull rushes. Player comps for him: Jermaine Illuminor, I believe guard for the New York Giants, if I tracked where he last was, and Darnell Wright, guard or tackle for the Chicago Bears. So let me go back here and here. So it is Jonah Savaiinaea going to Miami. The New England Patriots now on the clock with pick number 38. They are still on the clock with 1 minute to go now until their pick must be submitted. Great to have all of you here. Freight Train, no problem. Thought it started at 7:30, and I was like, oh, I got to tune into the draft coverage and tuned in, and you're showing a pick. I was like, holy crap, I missed it. It's all right. Only missed 4 picks. Hopefully things go faster than last night. Like I said, I think I wrapped up my stream 4 hours. That was started at 8 and didn't wrap up until 11:50. So the not real much action in the New England war room. Got to wonder if they're really taking their time to make this pick, or if they are going to be trading out of this. Some of Daniel Jeremiah's best available players. I'm on NFL Network tonight. ESPN, no coverage of the draft. Will Johnson still there. Shedeur Sanders and Mike Green as well. Those guys thought to be slam dunk first round picks. They're still waiting here on day 2. The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. So New England took them a minute, but they seem to have their guy who they want. Let me update here. So let me go pick back here. So last pick was Miami. Wait, did I have this right? Yeah, Miami pick 37. Okay, why is that one on? Miami pick 37. They took guard Savanea. Now New England's on the clock with pick 38. All right. Hopefully I have everything in order here now. I'm off by 1 pick, I think. But here we go. We are going to get the selection right now. And it looks like we are going to get a pair of Special Olympic athletes making the pick here. Always great to see stuff like this. Xavier and Ree, part of the NFL Play 60 program as well. We also had 2 Make-A-Wish picks last night. That's always good to see. Freight Train, if Sanders continues to fall, the rumors were true. Yeah, I mean, right now you're feeling pretty good here, though. I have a feeling when one goes, the second isn't going to last much longer. Just looking here, New Orleans is up here in a pick after this. You got to watch them for a quarterback here. After that, looks like we might have some time, barring a trade. Here we go. Oh, and there goes the other Ohio State running back. TreVeyon Henderson is gone, ladies and gentlemen. Another running back that I would be over the moon for the Steelers taking. Both Ohio State running backs, they don't last too long tonight. Let me go back here to the offensive group here. Where are my running backs? A shocker right there. So let me go here. TreVeyon Henderson, my number 4 running back. I had the Buckeyes ranked back-to-back at 3 and 4 in my rankings. Had Judkins just above Henderson, but barely. Henderson, 22 years old, from Hopewell, Virginia. 5'10", 210, 30.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.43 40 with a 10-foot 8-inch broad and a 38.5-inch vert. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine. The Steelers took him and Judkins, I should say, out to dinner before Ohio State's pro day. And Henderson, he was a top 30 visit with the Steelers back on April 15th. At Ohio State, 4 years there for Henderson. 16 games played, 144 carries, 1,016 rushing yards. Him and Judkins both 1,000 yard rushers. 3,700 rush yards in his career as well. 10 rushing touchdowns last year. also had 27 receptions for 280 yards as well. Notable career accolades for Henderson: 2021 second team All Big Ten and freshman All-American, 2023 first team All Big Ten, 2024 third team All Big Ten, and CFP national championship winner. Some pros and cons for him: 0 to 100 real quick speed for him, agility and quick feet to make tacklers miss and find running holes. Soft hands make him a dependable receiving threat and safety valve for the QB. And he is a ball security master. Just one career fumble lost. No fumbles in the past 3 years. Cons for him: a little undersized to dish out and take punishment, and his vision and decisiveness in zone runs needs to improve a little bit. Player cons for him: very good one right here. Aaron Jones, current running back for the Minnesota Vikings, and Tyjae Spears, running back for the Tennessee Titans. So Henderson is gone to New England, ladies and gentlemen. That dude's got wheels. Yes, he does. Yeah, little upset. I knew we had, after we traded our second round pick for DK Metcalf, knew we had no shot at these guys. I'm just happy though that, you know, both of them didn't go to the AFC North. It's going to be rough against Judkins, but hey, that's why we took Derek Harmon. Okay, so now we are up at pick 39. It is the Chicago Bears. They're still on the clock here. That dude's got wheels. Yes, absolutely. 8 of you in here right now. If you would, please like and share this stream. Share it with your friends. Let's get some high viewer numbers in here tonight. Also, comment in the live chat, just like Freight Train, Zach, they're reoccurring viewers of mine. I appreciate you guys and appreciate all of you watching. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you never miss when I am live. The pick is in for the Bears. The biggest arch nemesis and rival of the host city, Green Bay Packers. They seem very excited. I believe that is Ryan Poles, their GM, giving aggressive hugs around that draft room. So they must have gotten a guy that they thought that they think very highly of, or they thought wasn't going to be in this spot. Could this be another running back here? Maybe we start seeing a run on the RBs. We'll see here. Here comes their pick. Is it going to be a deflating pick like Colston Loveland last night? Let's see. Lots of boos from the majority Packers fans. They're in Green Bay. Here we go. Oh, he's saying the 2025 AF. And there goes a wide receiver, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, he is off the board. Luther Burden, the third from Missouri. Potential first-round pick. He is now gone. Unreal. And, I mean, talking about earlier, like the potential of George Pickens getting moved here tonight, I knew the Chicago Bears needed a wide receiver. I thought they could maybe be a trade partner, but that's not going to be the case now. Luther Burden behind Travis Hunter and Ted McMillan. He is my number 3 wide receiver in this draft class. 21 years old from St. Louis, Missouri. 6 feet even, 208 pounds, 31-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.41 40 with a 1.54 split at the combine. Spent 3 years at Mizzou. Last year, though, 12 games played, 61 receptions for 676 yards. Had 6 receiving touchdowns. Also had 2 rushing touchdowns on 9 carries. Pretty much of a down year for him. Had a much better 2023 season. 21 collegiate career receiving touchdowns for him. 2023, a second team AP All-American, and he is also a 2-time first team All-SEC member. 2023 and 2024, the years for that. Pros for him: great overall athlete and playmaker with natural skills and instincts. He's an excellent route runner whose footwork beats defenders early, and his body control keeps him from getting knocked off track. Hands are both sudden and soft to get up late and secure the ball with ease. He gets yards after catch as well in multiple elusive ways, making tacklers' lives a living hell. Cons: doesn't always bring in the ball in traffic when it needs to be attacked, and he's not the most effective and dependable run blocker at 6 feet and 208 pounds. Player comps for him: Deebo Samuel, Garrett Wilson, and Kadarius Toney. Aside from Toney, solid comps there. And is this a trade? Is this a trade? Hold up. Hold on here. Who had the 40th pick here? The 40th pick. Okay, never mind. New Orleans had this the whole time. All right. My bad. I totally did not recognize that New Orleans picked after the Bears, but they had this pick the whole time. So, okay. They just popped up Ian Rappaport. You got to wonder here if this is going to be a quarterback. Haven't taken one yet. Quarterbacks available: Sanders, Shuck, Milroe. Those guys could go tonight. Maybe even a Will Howard. No, probably not this early. This is going to be very intriguing. Let's see what all goes down here, ladies and gentlemen. The Saints, reports and speculations have been that they haven't been high on Shedeur Sanders. Maybe they go with it. They've been linked saying that they liked Jackson Dart, but he's gone. Their pick is in. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pop off the Chicago pick here. Comments here. You're like me, always in some kind of Steelers, Pirates, Pens gear. People always make fun of me because I have so much swag. Also, Penn State, tons of Penn State gear. Oh, I'm the same. I got Pitt stuff too. My alma mater. But yeah, always decked out in Pens, Pirates, and Steelers gear. You will rarely see a picture where I'm not wearing anything not related to sports, if I'm going to be honest with you. Here we go. The pick is in. Whew. I am, my heart is pumping right now. Here comes the pick. Oh my goodness. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Ramczyk, who just retired, making the pick. Here we go. Whoa! They go quarterback, and it's Tyler Shuck, Louisville. Oh, my goodness. Unbelievable. Tyler Shuck, the old man of this quarterback class. I think he's the oldest prospect. 7-year collegiate career. Whoo, baby. So not only do they not go with Milroe, I thought like Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator for the Eagles, who is now the Saints head coach, you thought that they might go, more of a mobile quarterback, kind of like what he had with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia. Doesn't go with one of the most mobile and running threat quarterbacks to come out of the draft in some time. Doesn't do that. Doesn't go with Shedeur Sanders as well, who's also got half decent wheels. He goes with Tyler Shuck, Louisville, my number 6 QB in this draft class. 25 years old, from Chandler, Arizona, 6'5" tall, So tall quarterback, 225, 30.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, ran a 4.64 40. Was a top 30 visit with the Steelers, one of their first top 30 visits back on March 6th, all the way back then. Like I said, 7-year collegiate career, the old man in this draft class. Started at Oregon, then transferred to Texas Tech, then went to Louisville. Focusing on what he did last year with the Louisville Cardinals, 12 games played, 62.7 completion percentage, almost 3,200 passing yards, 23 passing touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Was the 2022 Texas Bowl MVP with the Texas Tech Raiders. Was a 2024 All-ACC honorable mention and the 2024 National Comeback Player of the Year. Before I get into his pros and cons, we have another trade alert, ladies and gentlemen. The Buffalo Bills have just traded up with the Bears. They went corner last night with Maxwell Hairston, passed on Will Johnson. Might be going a defensive player again here or a wide receiver. You never know. I don't know where they're going to go with this pick, to be honest. But going to finish with Mr. Tyler Shough here. Pros for him: height to throw to any area of the field. He has a natural NFL caliber arm, easy release, velocity, especially on deep balls, constant correct touch and power on passes. His cons: sometimes has wild footwork. He is severely limited mobility for NFL standards. Like I just said, completely and totally shocked. Lesser success when pressured in the pocket, and his age and injury history is a concern. Trade details between the Bills and the Bears. Picks all in this year's draft: a second, a third, and a seventh. Did not get the rest of the details on that, so hopefully I will be able to pick that up here on Twitter in a minute. But wow, last thing here on Tyler Shough, comps for him, not real flattering player comps that I found on him: Chad Henne and Clayton Tune. So yeah, we'll see. Shocking pick. First, shocking pick of the night. Wow, that's insane. Damn, I can't believe that. I'm telling you, man, those rumors were true. Oh my goodness. Milroe. Oh, my screen cleaner fell off my little shelf here. I set that over there. More evened surface. Woo! There's our first shocker of the night, ladies and gentlemen. The Bills. They were on the clock. Their pick is now in. Oh boy. This draft, I'm telling you, it was said heading into last night, gonna be one of the more unpredictable and wild ones. It's living up to the hype, in my opinion, so far. So it was Tyler Shough from Louisville. He's the quarterback number 3 in this draft, and the ego of Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders, it's taking a hit tonight. He's getting a humbling experience. Still, I would take him if he's, close to 83 and we trade up for him. I'd be okay with that. But wow, this is insane. Woo! Let me just real quick go here to Twitter. First off, let me switch over to the Pittsburgh Pirates. I have a little tablet screen here back in my office here to watch the Bucks game when it goes live. 10:10 start time out in LA. They're taking on the LA Dodgers. First game of a 4-game series. It's a happy Paul Skeens Day. Happy Skeens Day to all of those who celebrate. O'Neal Cruz leading off center field. Brian Reynolds second and right. Andrew McCutchen DH. Emmanuel Valdez first base. Ke'Bryan Hayes third base. Tommy Pham left field. Adam Frazier second base. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa shortstop. Henry Davis is catching Paul Skeens here today. So the 1-1 battery still going. Draft stock is skyrocketing. They're showing Quinn Ewers. Wow. Steelers. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Everybody is losing their mind here on this. This is insane how far this is going. Milroe and Sanders available in the second round right now. I would have called you crazy a couple of days ago. Not seeing. I can't find any of the trade compensation here, but here comes the pick for the Bills. Here we go. Okay, the Bills, they are beefing up their offensive line, or their defensive line, excuse me. They are taking a D tackle, TJ Sanders. Sanders, let me see where I have him in my rankings. Real quick, let me put him in the ticker here and get this thing rolling. So a Sanders does come off the board, ladies and gentlemen, but it is not Shedeur. The first Sanders of the draft is TJ Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina. Wow, this is getting more and more insane. I'm telling you, wow. Let me go all the way up to the top here. Defensive tackles, K. So get this, TJ Sanders. He is my number 13 defensive tackle. I have quite a handful of defensive tackles ahead of him in my rankings here. TJ Sanders, 21 years old, 6'4", 297 pounds, 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.95, 49'4" broad jump, 31.5-inch vert. 4 years with the Gamecocks. Last year, 13 games, 50 tackles, 7 TFLs, 4 sacks, 1 pass defense. No notable accolades to my recognition here. His analysis has a quick, heavy hands to gain leverage and make moves to get off blocks. One of his pros. His other pro that I have here uses his full length to read the runner and fill gaps on time. Cons, he's twitchy, but sometimes too quick in shooting gaps. Also, sometimes has trouble keeping leverage and combating double teams. Player comps for him, Quinton Jefferson, and not a flattering player comp here. All of us Steelers fans know this, DeMarvin Leal. So, not sure that's the comp you want. So, the Jets are on the clock. Their pick is in. And, the Jets, they were one of those sleeper teams last night of, could they maybe look quarterback? I mean, they have Justin Fields, signed him to a 2-year contract. They seem to be all in with Fields, but, are you completely and totally convinced of that? I don't know. I mean, I bet you they didn't think, you know what? This could be Milroe, honestly. You got Justin Fields. I mean, whether you want to say it's Fields or Lamar Jackson, Fields, one of, if not the most mobile quarterback in this draft. If you want to look to the future as the Jets and, have Milroe as an understudy for, a year or two, Fields would be, kind of the perfect guy for Milroe to learn under. So let's find out. Are we going to get our second quarterback of tonight off the board? Let me hit the comments section real quick. All of you are going through this with me. Didn't expect this much action. There was almost none yesterday. And yeah, it was far and between yesterday. You had the big trade up at the number 2 overall spot, and then you didn't get a trade until the pick 25 when it was Jackson Dart. The rumors were true, and they appeared to have been. No NFL team wants that drama in their locker room. Well, Mike Tomlin might want that drama in his locker room if he's there at 83. I mean, and also, like, Steeler fans who are, like, saying, oh, don't bring that drama here. You have George Pickens, who's one of the most drama wide receivers in the NFL. DK Metcalf has a little bit of spice to him, but not as bad as Pickens. And also, who right now is more likely to be the Steelers' starting quarterback? They still are pandering to Aaron Rodgers, who is the most drama queen, prima donna quarterback in NFL history. So I don't care. Like, if the Steelers are going to get a quarterback to pair with Mason Rudolph, it's going to be a drama guy most likely either way. So let's just act like it's not, going to be super duper breaking right here. Dion is fuming right now. Yeah, freight train and someone who talks crap about his teammates publicly. We'll see. All right, so Rappaport there on the screen, he just said the Jets have done some work on homework. He just listed the Dallas Cowboys here in 2 picks, the Indianapolis Colts in 3 picks, and the Las Vegas Raiders here coming up in a little bit. They are all have all done homework on quarterbacks, and he was talking about Deion Sanders or Shedeur Sanders. Maybe Shedeur will be going here. Lots of clapping and standing there in the Jets room. They seem to be very happy. Remember, a new regime there, a new head coach, new GM, all that. Here comes the pick. Oh, boy. Okay, no quarterback for New York. We got our 3rd tight end of the draft off the board, and it is Mason Taylor from the Bayou Bengals LSU Tigers. So real quick before I go see what's all on his resume, let me update this. So TJ Sanders there, tight end Taylor from LSU is gone. Gonna try to keep things short here on my ticker at the bottom. I only got like 1,000 characters to work with, and I'm already up past 555 right now. So let me go here. We'll find and talk about Mason Taylor here. Come on. Here we go. All right. Tight end Mason Taylor. He is my number 4 tight end in this draft class. 21 years old, from Plantation, Florida. 6'5", 251, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.65 40. 3 years at LSU. Last year, 12 games, 55 receptions for 546 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns. In 2022, he was an all-SEC freshman team member. And last year, 2024, he was a 3rd-team all-SEC guy. Pros for him, well-built athlete who moves very naturally. No surprise, as the son of Pro Football Hall of Famer defensive end Jason Taylor. Hang on here. We got the pick here for the 49ers. Where do the 49ers go here? All right, there goes a very good defensive tackle off the board, ladies and gentlemen. Alfred Collins from Texas is gone. I think very highly of him. Just if the Steelers didn't get Derek Harmon last night, they would have been in trouble, because Collins, I viewed him as maybe a low-end first-round pick possibility. Real quick, finishing up on Mason Taylor, like I said, son of Hall of Famer Jason Taylor. Not going to go through all his pros and cons here. Player comps for him: Charlie Kolar, tight end for the Ravens. Also, another player comp for him: Dallas Goedert from the Eagles, and Cade Stover of the Texans. Switching over here to defense, on the defensive tackle positions here, let's go up to Alfred Collins. He is my number 6 defensive tackle in this class. 23 years old, 6'6", 332 pounds, 34.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.95 40, did an 8-foot broad jump, 26-inch vertical. 5 years with the Longhorns, Hook'em Horns. 16 games played last year, 55 total tackles, 6 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 7 pass defenses, and 1 forced fumble. Was an all Big 12 honorable mention in 2023 and a second team AP All-American in 2024. Pros for him: premium length and body for defensive tackle in the NFL. Has the lower body strength and base to hold up against and beat double teams. Long arms give him dangerous push, pull, and swim moves, among many others. Great hands and eyes to control blockers and bat down passes. Cons for him: will naturally have high pad level at 6'6", but his lack of knee bend doesn't help as well. He's slow to disengage off blocks, especially when the offensive lineman gets hands inside his frame, and he doesn't have the speed and build to play elsewhere but the middle of the D-line. Player comps for him: A'Shawn Robinson, Javon Kinlaw, and Travis Jones. So 3 solidified NFL players right there. Not, cream of the crop, not, guys just barely hanging on to roster spots. Pretty much what you're getting there: a second-round dependable starter if needed. So let me X that one out. Dallas Cowboys, they are on the clock, and their pick is in. Unless my ears deceive me here, it is 8:02. I'm not sure if I heard someone start a lawnmower outside or not, but it is very, very dark. Whoever's doing that. I think he's good run blocking tight end. Yeah, Mason Taylor. He is. Let me go back to him actually. Now that I got time with this commercial break, gonna grab a drink here too. Finishing up on Mason Taylor, size and experience to run almost any route from any position in formation. NFL tight end caliber, arm extension, and hands with a big catch radius. And he tracks the QB's throw very well with focus on the catch when it's contested. Not noticeably explosive and twitchy when running routes. And he got to show better commitment and technique as a blocker. No doubt the body and that's there. He's just got to perfect it. Whew, that is a much needed drink of water right there. Let's see what Twitter's up to here while I got some time. Cowboys here on the clock. They said this could be a quarterback pick, and honestly, this one wouldn't shock me if they do go Shedeur Sanders. Jerry Jones loves Deion Sanders, and he loves the kid. Oh boy, my stomach is going to be in a twist here. Wow, that's sad. Again, kicked off tonight's stream, sending my condolences to Derek Hartman, him posting to his Instagram story a picture of his mother. Love you with a broken heart. Just feel so bad for this guy. The biggest night of his life, all his hard work coming true, and the person who probably helped him get there the most passing away the same night. That is absolutely heartbreaking. All right, here comes the Cowboys. Here we go, and this is Travis Frederick. Eagles fans booing. Here we go. Woo! The Cowboys, they do not go Sanders. It is Donovan Ezaraku, an edge from Boston College. Let me, again, another guy like Savania earlier. I got to look at the screen and type in his name. So they go, Donovan Ezaraku. Let me go here to my handy-dandy prospect rankings here. Ezaraku, where are the Donovan Ezaraku? He is where is he? No, not there. Not there. There he is. Donovan Ezaraku, my number 6 defensive end in this draft class. 21 years old from Williamstown, New Jersey. 6 foot 2.5 inches, 248 pounds. Long, 34-inch arms and 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.62 40 with a 9 feet 11-inch broad jump, 35.5-inch vertical, 22 reps on the bench. 4 years at BC, 12 games played last year, 80 tackles, 37 solo, 21 tackles for loss, 16, yes, 1.5 sacks, 1 pass defense, and 3 forced fumbles as well. 2022, he was a second-team All-SEC member, and then in 2024, first-team AP All-American, first-team All-SEC, ACC Defensive Player of the Year, and Ted Hendricks Award winner for Best College Defensive End. Pros and cons for him. Pros, uses his long arms to give his blocker a forceful punch and rip them. Gets in close to the offensive lineman before hitting his move. Always leans forward and uses his leverage despite his lack of weight. He can get swallowed up and worn down by bigger blockers, and his pursuit speed is average at best. Player comps for him, good one here. Yannick Ngakoue, longtime NFLer, and BJ Ojulari. So those are his comps. Donovan Ezaraku going to the Cowboys. The Colts are on the clock. Their pick is in. Here we go. Back, Jonathan Taylor is going to make the pick. Is he going to be making a pick of a quarterback who might be handing him the ball? Let's see. Whew, here we go. Wow, okay, so they go defensive end as well. An edge rusher, JT Tuimoloau. Okay, again, JT. There we go. JT Tuimoloau is the pick. Another defensive end here. Thank goodness I don't have to go far in my rankings for this. So we just went over the number 6 defensive end in my rankings, Donovan Ezaraku. Number 7 in my defensive end rankings, JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State, 22 years old, from Edgewood, Washington. 6'4", 269, 34-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.62 40, 9 feet 11-inch broad jump, 35.5-inch vert. 4 years at the Ohio State University. 16 games played last year with the national champions, 61 total tackles, 35 of those solo, 22 TFLs, 12.5 sacks, 3 pass defenses, and 2 forced fumbles. A three-time first-team All-Big Ten player from 2022 through 2024. Won the 2023 Polynesian College Football Player of the Year. Oh, no, never mind. He was a 2023 Polynesian College Football Player of the Year finalist. Excuse me. And, of course, a national champion with the Buckeyes. Pros for him, low pre-snap stance helps him beat opponents with strength and leverage, follows his powerful first punch with a fully extended arm to drive to the pocket, and he has multiple effective moves to win outside and inside. He is missing the appropriate bend and speed to beat offensive tackles wide all the time, and he struggles when faced with a taste of his own medicine, length and power from offensive linemen. Player comps for him, funny, an Ohio State guy getting a comp to a Michigan guy from a couple of years ago, Kwity Paye, and I believe a draft pick last year or 2 years ago, Jermaine Johnson. So back-to-back picks, my number 6 and number 7 edge rushers go off the board. Let me update the banner here. Let me update this one here. Okay, so we had the 49ers. They took, who'd they take? 49ers, they took Alfred Collins. There you are. There you go. Defensive tackle Collins. Got a sneeze here coming, but it won't come out. Donovan Ezeraku to the Cowboys, and the Colts, they take edge Tui Mo Loau. Okay, there we go. So there is the new updated ticker at the bottom of the screen for all the draft picks so far tonight. What was that last name again? Which one? You got Ezeraku and Tui Maloau. I have no idea. Good he didn't get picked by the Steelers, because I'm glad I got Savania correct, at least kind of correct, but I mean, you be the judge of how you pronounce that. Tui, I'm even missing the end there. No wonder why I didn't have it. I can't even spell this dude's name right on the ticker here. Tui Mo Loau. Tui Mo Loau. Tui Mo Loau. There we go. Tui Mo Loau. There you go. Gotta phonetically go through that there. See anything popping off on Twitter? Any juicy nuggets? Every pretty much Steeler fan out there saying if Sanders falls to 83, it is such an insane value, you have to draft him. Still shocked Milroe is on the board here, though that can change here. The next two of the three next picks are QB territory. All right, we back? Hello, everybody there? Everybody hear me? Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. My computer just shut down on its own, and thankfully it didn't end the stream. Michael Brocker is making the pick for the Rams. And it's another tight end off the board. So I hope all of you can hear me all right. Give me a thumbs up. My internet's also spotty all of a sudden too, but that was weird. My computer hasn't done that before. Hopefully everything's good now. But let's talk about the Rams pick here. It is tight end Terrence Ferguson from the Oregon. Here we go. Let me go here. I got to pull up my prospects again here. All right, let's get the offensive rankings up here real quick. It'll load. Maybe. I don't know. Again, sorry, folks. That went off like that. Everything's slowly loading back up here. Hang on. We got the pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. All right, there we go. All right. Wait for my prospects here to load up. All right, here we go. Tight ends. Terrence Ferguson, my number 6 tight end in my rankings, 22 years old from Littleton, Colorado, 6'5", 255, 33-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Good pick for them. I will come back and talk about him more here in a second. Now it is the Arizona Cardinals pick. Shout out Pat Pete, one-time Steeler making the pick. And there he finally goes, Will Johnson. He was on the board forever. And now he goes. Johnson gone to the Cardinals. I honestly thought he was going to go with their first round pick potentially. And now he goes to Arizona after all. Real quick, I'm going to finish things up here on Terrence Ferguson. Ferguson, 4'3", 40, just over a 10-foot broad jump, 39-inch vert. 4 years at Oregon, 12 games played last year, 43 receptions for 591 yards and 3 touchdowns. Missed 2 games with an emergency appendectomy in his career. 2022 All Pac-12 honorable mention. 2023 first team All Pac-12. Pros for him: above average athlete for his size who produces when the ball is thrown his way. Carries 255 pounds well as a receiver and a blocker, and has noticeable top speed once built up. Has lumbering steps off the line of scrimmage in the early stage of his routes. Doesn't have too much burst. He must utilize his height more to attack the ball in the air, and his and has the size, but needs to develop more technique and strength and willingness to pass block. Comps for him: Foster Moreau, and Luke Schoonmaker. Now back here to the defensive rankings for me. Will Johnson, finally gone. My number 2 corner in this draft. 22 years old from Detroit, Michigan. 6 feet 2 inches tall, 202, 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.56 40, but didn't do much because he was dealing with an injury. Kind of what scared off these teams anyways. Michigan, 3 years there, played just 6 games last year before he got injured with his foot, missed the final half of that season. 3 pass defenses, 2 INTs, and 2 pick sixes in those 6 games. So very, very elite production when he, is healthy. And we have another trade alert here. Another trade. Hold up. Where's my banner here? Here we go. Real quick, let me go back here to the Arizona Cardinals pick. It is corner Will Johnson. So let me finish talking about Johnson. Now, 8 of you back in here, thank you for coming back and sticking around. My computer shut off randomly. I was down for like a full minute there, but it thankfully kept my stream alive. Just froze the screen. Finishing up talking about Will Johnson here. Like I said, elite producer when he is healthy. Notable accolades throughout his 3 years at Michigan. 2022 freshman All-American. 2023 first team All-Big Ten. National championship winner and national championship defensive MVP. And then in 2024, even in just 6 games of play, he was a third-team AP All-American and an All-Big Ten honorable mention. Pros for him: big, smooth corner who can play both sides of the field. He's very fluid and well-timed in all of his transitions. Body control and change of direction is shockingly good for his size, and he understands the leverages of zone coverage and how to pick up a new opponent after passing one off. Cons for him: recovery, burst, and speed is average at best, and he shows very poor effort with constant overruns on tackling attempts. Pro comps for him: new Steeler, Darius Slay, and current NFL corner for the Carolina Panthers, who just got paid the big bucks this offseason, J.C. Horn. So a great value pick there for the Cardinals, in my opinion. Freight Train, 5x5. Derpy Entertainment, welcome. I believe that you are a first-time viewer of mine. As a Steelers fan, the first-round pick ails me. Want to become alcoholic. Why? Why are people hating that pick that much bad on Derek Harmon? You still right now sitting here, still have 2 quarterback prospects on the board. Knock on wood. Maybe one of them falls all the way to 83, and knock on wood. Knock, 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 knock. Fingers crossed. But don't hate on Derek Harmon. Dude's a stud. He's tested and has the measurables of Cam Hayward, and he's gonna, be a hell of an NFL player. All right, so let me get my things back together here. Let me take that off. It was the Houston Texans who traded up with the Raiders. The Raiders, again, have traded down here in the second round. We're waiting on their pick. Their pick is in. The Texans. And let me work here on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Ferguson was the pick for the Rams, and the Cardinals took Will Johnson. Now, Miami originally had this pick, and then the Raiders traded down to there. And now the Raiders have traded it down again with Houston. So, let's wait and see what all goes down here with this pick. Here comes the selection. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So the Texans, they are going to the offensive line. I believe they did that in the first round last night, right? Who did they take last night? The Texans, no, they traded out of the first round last night. That's right. So they do get their offensive lineman. After all, it is Ariante Ursary from Minnesota. Another one here. Ariante Ursary. There we go. There's your pick, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go here, see what Ariante Ursary is all about. Back to my offensive rankings. He is down in the tackle section. Wait for this to reset. Okay, here we go. Ariante Ursary. So my top 6 tackles went off the board last night. Ursary, my number 7 tackle. 23 years old from Kansas City, Missouri. 6'6", 331 pounds, 33-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 5.01.40 with a 1.75 split. 25 reps on the bench as well. At Minnesota, 5 years there. 12 games played last year, 679 snaps at left tackle. In those 679 snaps, gave up just 1 quarterback hit and 1 sack. Going to finish Ursary's accolades and analysis here in a moment. The Bengals, their pick is in. And here we go. What do the Bungles have going on? Mess it up! Mess it up! Okay, so they go middle linebacker. It is Demetrius Knight Jr. from the South Carolina Gamecocks. There we go. There's the pick for Cincy. Let me finish up on Ariante Ursary real quick. Ursary, notable accolades. He was an All Big Ten honorable mention in 2022, second team All Big Ten in 2023, and then in 2024 was a third team AP All American, first team All Big Ten award winner, and he was the 2024 Big Ten Remington Pace Offensive Lineman of the Year. So they're getting a good one there down in Houston after trading away Laramie Tunsil. Massive size and length needed in the NFL, shockingly light feet, delivers jolting jabs to defenders, and he has a good base to anchor effectively. Plays with little knee bend, leaving him at a leverage disadvantage. Tight hips also make mirroring defenders and recovering less likely to happen. Player comps for Ariante Ursary: Marcus Cannon, former longtime tackle for the New England Patriots, and Darnell Wright, tackle for the Chicago Bears. Now on to Demetrius Knight Jr. Let me see where he's at here. Demetrius Knight Jr., where are you? And there you are. So Demetrius Knight Jr., my number 4 linebacker, middle linebacker in this draft class. One of the oldest linebackers in this class, 25 years old, from Locust Grove, Georgia. 6 foot 1.5 inch, 245 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.58 40 with a 1.58 split. 9.10 on the broad jump, 31.5 on the vert, 22 reps on the bench as well. 6 years in college, started his career at Georgia Tech, and then transferred to Charlotte for a year, and then transferred again to South Carolina. So 6-year college career. In 13 games played last year, he recorded 82 tackles with 57 solo tackles. Here, hang on. My rankings here froze. There we go. Now it's gone. Like I said, last year, 13 games, 82 tackles, 57 solo. 8 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 1 pass defense, 1 INT, and 3 forced fumbles, was a 2023 first team all AAC, at Charlotte. Pros for him: broad frame and size to deal with the rugged nature and tasks of an off-ball linebacker. Long arms and violent hands allow him to stack and shed blocks as a blitzer. Explosiveness, speed, and lateral movements show off his athleticism and poise when pursuing the ball carrier. Also has strong tackling techniques and shows the proper alertness and processing abilities as a zone pass defender. 2 cons for him: below average burst and elusiveness is concerning with his production. Only 4.5 sacks in 6 years of college ball. As one of the old prospects in the class, that's doubly concerning. And his full speed ahead play style will lead to impatience and over aggressiveness that could be taken advantage of by opponents. Player comps: fitting that Demetrius Knight Jr. is going to the Bengals, because his first player comp that I have for him, Jermaine Pratt, longtime inside linebacker for the Bengals. Also, some other comps here: Bobby Okereke, I believe he's down in Jacksonville now, and Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker for the Green Bay Packers. So now we are up to pick 50 now. 33 picks to go until the Steelers go, if they don't trade up. And it is the Seattle Seahawks who are on the clock, and they're picking. Shedeur Sanders still there. Mike Green still there. Jalen Milroe still there. Trey Amos, a good corner from Mississippi, still there. Lots still available. Lots of talent on that draft board. Let's go here to the Seahawks. They're got their thing all nice and ready to go. Let's go here to the Texans pick. They took offensive tackle Ursary. Cincinnati took linebacker Knight Jr. And now this is the Seahawks pick that they got from the trade with Tennessee. Okay, here we go. Hey, Flacco, welcome in, buddy. Salutes. What's going on? Bengals might draft all the defensive players this draft. Honestly, they should, the way their defense is. Here we go. All right, another tight end is off the board. Elijah Arroyo. Elijah Arroyo from Miami. So a Hurricane is going up to Seattle. Elijah Arroyo is the pick for Seattle. So they go tight end. Let me go back to the tight ends here. Talk about a new pass catcher for Sam Darnold up there. Okay, Elijah Arroyo. He is my number 5 tight end in this draft class, 22 years old, from Frisco, Texas. So he's bounced all around. Went from Texas to Miami, Florida, all the way up to Washington, experiencing a ton of different American cultures there. 22 years old, 6'5", 250, even, 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands, did 22 reps on the bench and ran a 4.69 at his pro day. Other than that, didn't do anything else. 4 years with the Hurricanes, 13 games played, 35 receptions, 590 yards, and 7 reception touchdowns. Before I continue, ladies and gentlemen, it's my favorite thing to play on here. We have a trade alert. The Carolina Panthers have traded up, and their pick is in. So they have traded up here up to pick 51, and that trade was with the Denver Broncos. Here comes the selection roll. All right, here we go. Real quick on Arroyo, only accolade of his, 2024 second team All-ACC. Here's the pick for the Panthers. All right, we got another defensive lineman off the board. It is Nick Scorton from Texas A&M. Finishing up on Arroyo real quick. Scans coverage and shows good effort and urgency to find open space. Has the is physical in his routes, unafraid to work the middle of the field. Nice pair of soft, sudden hands to rarely drop the ball. And he plays with low pads and determination as a run blocker. Cons, releases and routes are choppy with false steps and lacking overall quickness. Needs to work on multiple aspects of being a blocker, and his injury history limited him to just one full starter with Miami last season. Player comps for Elijah Arroyo, Greg Dulcich, and Cade Stover. Now back here to my banners here. The Panthers traded up, and they took, I believe he's a defensive tackle in my book here, Nick Scourton from Texas A&M. So let me go here to the rankings. Nick Scourton, he is... No, that's Shamar Turner, who from Texas A&M, who's in my defensive tackle category. Nick Scourton, he is... where is he? I passed him up. Is he in the defensive tackle category? I am struggling like hell to find Nick Scourton here. No, nowhere there. See in edges and I'm just missing him? All right, hold up, ladies and gentlemen. I'll find Nick Scourton here in a bit. Titans, their pick is in and they're up. All right, so the Titans, they also go edge rusher Oluwafemi Oladejo from UCLA is the pick. So Nick Scourton went to Carolina. and it is Olu Oladejo. Maybe if I can get it working here. Okay, there we go. All right, so real quick, let me find out where Nick Scourton is. Where the heck? All right, Nick Scourton. There he is. My number 4 edge rusher was Nick Scourton. Young, 20 years old, 6'3", 285, 33-inch arms. Ran a 4.7 40. Last year with Texas A&M, 3 years in college, started with Purdue, then went to Texas A&M. Last year with the Aggies, 12 games, 37 tackles, 14 TFLs, 5 sacks, 2 pass defenses, and 1 forced fumble. Accolades for him, 2023 second team All Big Ten, 2024 first team All SEC, and he was a finalist for the Lott Impact Trophy. Player comps for Nick Scourton, Shaq Lawson, Trey Hendrickson, and Cameron Thomas. Now on to Olu Oladejo. Let me find where he's at here. And there he is. Olu Oladejo is my 18th defensive end edge rusher in this draft class. 22 years old, 6'3", 259, 33.5 inches, 10-inch hands. Ran also a 4.7 flat 40, 10-foot broad jump, 36.5 on the vert. Started at California, then wrapped up his collegiate career at UCLA, 4 years in total at those 2 programs. Last year, 12 games, 57 total tackles, 33 of those solo, 14 TFLs, 4.5 sacks, and 2 pass defenses. No notable accolades. His athleticism and quickness give him an extra wide range for defending the run. Long arms and heavy hands help him in many ways throughout the rush, and he has starting experience and versatility at both edge rusher and off-ball linebacker. His one con that I have here, needs to polish his technique as an edge rusher and work on staying in position instead of over eagerly running his way out of it. One player comp for him, that is Andre Jones, who came out of the draft last year or 2 years ago. We have another trade alert, ladies and gentlemen. Tampa Bay Bucks, they have traded up. And they're on the clock. Or their pick is in, excuse me. So who do we think Tampa Bay came up to snag? Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders, they are falling right now. Real quick, let me get these picks. Okay, everybody there? I'm going to try to stay on as long as possible here, ladies, because I'm looking at the weather radar on my phone. We have rain and storms rolling through my area right now. So if I lose, the stream, I may, or if the stream abruptly ends, just all 8 of you know, I will make an emergency stream. Just stay on my channel on YouTube, and I will get another stream up as soon as possible. Hope that's all coming across clearly right now, because my internet's taking a beating with this rain and storms coming through. Okay, real quick, Flocko. Damn, I see a lot of my favorites off the board. Yeah, some of the guys I've seen come off the board I like, but also they are players, some players at positions that the Steelers don't need. So I'm at least thankful for that. Let me go back here. Okay, so the Seahawks at pick 50, they took tight end Elijah Arroyo. Then Denver traded with Tennessee, and Tennessee took defensive end Scorton. And then the Seahawks, wait, what happened? No, that was the Panthers who took Scorton. Titans took Oladejo. All right, here comes the pick for the Buccaneers. Here we go. Okay, so the Bucks, they come up and they snag one of the upper echelon corners in this draft class. It is Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. There's the pick right there. Let me go here, find. Here we go. All right, let me go down here. We need corners. All right, the Packers, they're on the clock now. Their pick is in. All right, back here to the corners. Benjamin Morrison. He was a bit down. I was a bit down on him in my rankings. He's my number 8 corner. 21 years old, 6 foot even, 193 pounds, 30 and 30 and a half inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.39 40. Just played 6 games last year with Notre Dame because he missed 10 games with a hip injury. So his production wasn't all that much. 2022 freshman All-American, 2024 national championship finalist, with the Irish. Player comps for him, Paulson Adebo and Andrew Booth. Why are they playing black and yellow for the Packers pick here at 54? Why is that making sense? Here's the selection. Okay, so playing black and yellow, green and gold, and okay, whatever. I don't get it, but somebody make him fill me in. Also, Freight Train in the comments, fill me in. What are we putting 5x5 here for? Okay, here we go. All right, another tackle is off the board, ladies and gentlemen. It is Anthony Belton, who is the pick. So they invest in the offensive line in the draft. Yet again, Packers, they have a knack of doing that. Let me go to Anthony Belton real quick. Anthony Belton. In my tackle category, he is my number 11 tackle in this draft. 24 years old from Tallahassee, Florida. 6'6", 336 pounds, 34-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 5.26 40 with a 1.82 split. 8 foot 11-inch broad, 29.5 inches in the vert. 4 years at NC State with the Wolfpack. 12 games played last year, 731 left tackle snaps played his entire collegiate career at left tackle. 1 QB hit and 3 sacks given up last year. He was a 2023 third team All ACC member. Has a large frame with raw power to knock opponents off course or at least slow them down. Stonewall's power rusher and takes pleasure in putting opponents on the ground. He's surprisingly explosive and nimble for his size to seal backside blocks, and he gets to the second level quickly. Cons, slow lateral movement and change of direction leads to mismatches against speed rushers. Late and sloppy hand placement opens up his chest for defenders to target, and he has this heel click slide to him in his footwork that will make him unbalanced at times. Player comps for him: Donovan Smith and Matt Gonsalves. Now it is the Chargers who are on the clock. And there goes a wide receiver, a pass catcher for Justin Herbert. It is Trey Harris, the wide receiver from Ole Miss. Let me go here to my wide receiver rankings. He's up there. Here we go. Trey Harris. He is my number 8 wide receiver in this class. 23 years old, 6 foot 2 inches, 210 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.54 40-yard dash with a 1.56 split. 10 foot 5 inches in the broad jump, 38.5 inches in the vert. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine, so he was at least on their radar. Last year with Mississippi, first off, he had a 5-year collegiate career, started at Louisiana near his hometown, and then transferred to Mississippi. 8 games played last year due to a lower body injury, 60 receptions, 1,030 yards, and 7 receiving touchdowns. 2021, he was an All-Conference USA honorable mention. 2022, a first-team All-Conference USA player. And then in 2024, second-team AP All-American, third-team All-SEC. Pros and cons for him. Pros, true deep ball threat with NFL size and speed. Jump ball catcher who fights through all kinds of contact, and he gets yards after the catch in multiple ways by eluding and powering through tackles. Cons, not as diverse or crisp as a route runner, and his durability has come into question in recent seasons. Player comps for him: Alex Pierce and Cedric Tillman. So that is the pick for the LA Chargers. Let me just pop that up here to have it on my screen. So that's actually kind of hilarious. I just thought of it. So in less than 24 hours, Najee Harris has gone from being the number 1 bell cow running back on the Chargers to being replaced by a draft pick, and now he's not even the only Harris on the Chargers anymore. So that's pretty funny. Oh, okay. I say saying 5x5, we got you on starting another stream if this one goes down. Okay, I appreciate it there. Song made it seem like the Steelers traded up and had to run to the TV. That's why my head snapped around. I'm like, what? I don't get it. Maybe they have some sort of connection to that song too that I just don't know about. I like Trey Harris. A is happy. LFG needed a wide receiver with good hands. We had cement hands last year. I think you're talking about Quentin Johnson there. I like J.K. Dobbins the best, but we didn't re-sign him. Hey, J.K. Dobbins, he could be a Steeler if the Steelers don't get a running back that they like in this draft. So I'm not ruling that out there, A. All right, let me first off get a drink. Tell you what, after yesterday, tonight, and tomorrow, my voice is I'm not gonna talk at all on Sunday talking about this draft, but I appreciate all of you joining me. Yeah, so that was the pick, wide receiver Trey Harris. Let me damn, I'd be pissed if we took Najee and you got Dobbins. I mean, hey, have fun with Najee. Najee will be better now for you guys. If you guys just had Najee, I'd be critical of your running game, but seeing how you got Omari and Hampton, the lightning to Najee's thunder, you guys should be all right. Let me update the ticker here. Real quick, the Chicago Bears, their pick is in, so let me update the ticker here. Tackle Belton to the G-Men, or the Packers. And the Chargers, they took wide receiver Trey Harris. Now, this was the Buffalo Bills pick, but it's now the Bears. Oop. We good? Everybody good? Can see me? All right, my screen bugged out there again, so hopefully everything's good. Okay, and then Detroit is next up. Okay, so let's see what the Chicago Bears have got up their sleeves here. Real quick, I just saw this on Twitter. Surprising, Derek Harmon is in Pittsburgh. I'm looking at the pictures, getting pictures. Really, you can just see in his eyes, he is putting on a smile. Meeting with Art Rooney, Omar Khan, and linebacker or defensive line coach Carl Dunbar. So I'm shocked that Harmon is in Pittsburgh. They said yesterday that he was going to be in Pittsburgh today for a post-draft introductory press conference, but I thought he'd stay with the passing of his mother. Here we go. And look who's making the pick for the Chicago Bears, Seth freaking Rollins. Whoa. Here we go. The most annoying Chicago Bears fan of them all, and the biggest heel in the WWE right now. Real quick, Flacco, Najee is my guy. He might just lose his starting job. Yes, his mom actually did pass Flacco. Very, very, very devastating. It was Jerry Dulac and Bob Pompiani here in Pittsburgh. His mother was on life support last night. He immediately, after, getting off the phone with the Steelers and Steelers media for a quick interview over the phone, he went to see his mom. She was on life support, told her he made it to the NFL. He was the first round pick, and she held on just long enough and passed away shortly thereafter, is what the report is. So just biggest night of his life, also the worst. Here's the pick for the Bears. Seth Rollins really putting on a heel promo right now. And of course, in the middle of his rant, I think he butchered the last name. It is Ozzy Trapillo is the pick there. Another offensive lineman. I believe he is from Boston College as well. So let me get going here to Ozzy. Ozzy, 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 oi, oi, oi. Ozzy, 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 oi, oi, oi. All right. Okay, here we are. Offensive tackles. I think I have them in this group. Scrolling here. Ozzy Trapillo from Boston College, my 9th ranked offensive tackle in this class, 23 years old, 6'8", 316 pounds, 33-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands. Ran a 5'2", 140 with a 177 split, 8 feet 10 inches on the broad, 22 reps on the bench. 4 years at BC. Last year, though, 12 games played, 756 snaps at right tackle. He can play right tackle and left tackle, so got some tackle versatility there. Last year, only gave up 1 QB hit and 2 sacks. Notable accolades was a 2023 second-team All-ACC player and made the first-team All-ACC this year, or in 2024. Pros and cons. Pros, gigantic height and length makes it hard for rushers to beat him with certain moves. hustles off the snap with a strong first punch, gets him moving towards his destination. He is patient but accurate with his hands, with nice arm extension. Able to anchor firmly despite his scale weight, and he has a strong grip and leg drive that makes him gives him a better chance at moving opponents in the run game. Tall height will get him some power, some leverage issues against powerful adversaries. Average body control as well, and his punch needs to become quicker. Player comps for Ozzy Trapillo, Colton McKivitz, Walker Little, and Patrick Paul. And now the pick is in for the Detroit Lions. What do the Motor City Kitties have in store with this pick? And it seems we are going to have the family and loved ones here of a fallen U.S. military member making the pick here for the Lions. So, thoughts and prayers to that family. Flacco, God bless her so much, and much success to him. He's stronger than me. Yeah, very. She raised a hell of a gentleman and a kid. And I said this earlier, like, I think it is truly for Derek Harmon a perfect match, him coming to the Steelers, not just because he'll fit the scheme and he's got the size and ability to do so, but he's going to go into a room and take mentorship on the field from Cam Hayward, but he's also going to get mentorship from Cam, because Cam lost his dad, Ironhead, before he went to college and got drafted. So, and here's the pick for the and there goes another one of my top guards off the board. It is Tate Ratledge from Georgia. The thick mullet is going to the Motor City Kitties. Let me go here to Tate Ratledge's bio that I have for him. It'll go here. All right, Tate Ratledge, where are you? Tate Ratledge, my number 3 guard in this year's draft, 24 years old, from Rome, Georgia. 6'6.5", 320 pounds, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, ran a 4.97 40, did 9 feet 5 inches in the broad jump and 32 inches in the vertical. Had an informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine, so they had at least a little bit of interest in him. 10 games played last year with the Bulldogs, 496 right guard snaps. In those snaps, he gave up 2 QB hits and 1 sack. Spent 5 years at Georgia. And I will get to Tate Ratledge's accolades and analysis here in a minute. Here come the Raiders with their pick. All right, here we go. This could be another quarterback pick. They've traded down a bunch here. What we got? This would be right here, ladies and gentlemen, the barring a trade, this would be the last threat of a quarterback being taken. All the other teams behind this pick, 5 more picks in the second round after this. They all have their franchise quarterbacks in place. So no quarterback here. Let's see. Real quick while he's talking, let me hit you with this. Ratledge, his accolades in his career: 2-time national champ with the Bulldogs in 2021 and 2022, 2023 second team AP All-American, 2-time first team All SEC, and he was a 3rd team AP All-American this past year. Here we go. And they do not go quarterback, so no quarterbacks, barring a trade, left Here in this second round, it is Jack Bech, wide receiver from TCU. A Horned Frog is going to the Raiders. Real quick, let me finish up on Tate Ratledge. Just real quick, a player comp for him. This is actually very fitting. Andrew Voorhees, who was a redshirt guard for the Titans. I like that comp for him. But now let's go here to Jack Bech. Where are my wide receivers at? There they are. Jack Bech. He is the number, where is he? 12 wide receiver in my rankings. 22 years old from Lafayette, Louisiana. 6'1", 214, 31.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.45 40, 10 feet 5-inch broad, and 34.5-inch vertical. Had an informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine, so he might have been on the Steelers draft board as well. Started his college time at LSU and then ended up transferring to TCU. Couldn't really find some time on the field at LSU. So 4 years in college. Last year, 2024 season, 12 games played, 62 receptions, over 1,000 yards, 9 receiving touchdowns. 2024 second team All Big Ten is his lone accolade I see here for him. Analysis: brings a tight end mentality of toughness and power to the wide receiver position, has good body control and footwork for a bigger wide receiver, sure hands and ball skills that keep the rock away from defenders, and he battles through contact, making sure that the defender hits the ground before he does. Cons: release quickness through routes are lethargic. He's slow to beat and recover from press coverage, and he needs to show more effort as a run blocker. Comps for him: Michael Wilson, Cedric Tillman, and Xavier Hutchinson. So a trio of young wide receivers, I believe, in the NFL right there. The Ravens are up next. Real quick here, we've talked about on multiple occasions tonight about Derek Harmon and the passing of his mother, Harmon. He is going to be playing with someone special, helping him spiritually on the field. That is going to be the same thing here for Jack Bech. He is going to be playing for someone he has lost as well. His younger brother, I believe, who is a wide receiver at Princeton, I believe. His younger brother tragically passed away in the New Year's terrorist attack down in New Orleans. So rest in peace to his brother, and I wish Jack Bech all success in the NFL as well. So the Ravens on the clock here, pick 59. Their pick is in. Mess it up, Ravens. Let me catch up on some of the comments here. Love Seth talking to the crowd. He is the absolute best. He is absolutely hilarious. And now a Paul Heyman guy, you can even hate him being a heel even more. I just can't wait, to see a CM Punk Roman Reigns tag team. That is going to be one of the greatest tag teams I've ever seen. Also, how about Becky Lynch turning heel as well? She can be a Paul Heyman girl. I'm still going to cheer for her, though. She's an all-time fave of mine. Same Flacco, wishing him a Hall of Fame career for Derek Harmon, absolutely. Is it me or day one of WrestleMania chat on day 2? Day one of well, all right, so let me think about this. I want to give day 2 of WrestleMania most an edge over day 1. Day 2 of WrestleMania for me, I think, was better, except for the main event. The main event, John Cena, Cody Rhodes, was underwhelming, and that triple threat match with Roman, Punk, and Reigns, or with Roman, Punk, and Rollins, that was cinema to me. Both nights felt kind of off, but I agree. I prefer day 1. I mean, it's like that WrestleMania every year isn't going to be a slam dunk. WrestleMania last year, especially night 2, that was one of the best WrestleManias I've ever seen. So be thankful that we got to see that. This year, I give it out on a scale of 5. I give it a 3, 2.5, middle of the road, something like that. So Freight Train off to dinner, but listening. Okay, sounds good there, Freight Train. Flacco switching accounts, gotta re-up on a beer. I agree too. See, I'm holding off on an alcoholic beverage tonight because I am not sure about the guidelines here on YouTube on drinking alcohol, but I guess it would be all right. I mean, I watched Pat McAfee, and we were just talking about WrestleMania, the pre-show Friday. He's slamming beers with Stone Cold Steve Austin. So Pickett's in for the Ravens, but they didn't pop up the graphic of who it is. Someone there is getting hugs. Oh, never mind. I thought this was like this was them showing who the Ravens picked, but I think this is just highlights of who all's gotten drafted so far. So okay, there's Jack Besh there, putting on his Raider hat. I see a lot of family and friends there wearing Princeton jerseys for his brother. Sure, he's also honoring his brother as well. So good for him. Wish him and Derek Harmon and any of the other draft prospects who are going through the losses of family members and loved ones. I wish them nothing but the best. Also, not sure if I said this on last night's stream, but talking about the losses of people, my heart goes out to the Lacy family. Kyron Lacy, wide receiver prospect from LSU, going through a bunch of different things off the field. He was probably going to get drafted this year. He passed away on either earlier this week or late last week. Kyron Lacy unexpectedly passed away. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm sure you all can come to your own conclusion as to why I am not going into detail on it. I will leave that to your own devices. So you're right. Last year's was also an anniversary. I can't remember which, but yeah, last year was WrestleMania 40. It can't all be winners. Yeah, you just can't be visibly drunk, I think, but streamers drink on YouTube. Okay, well, I might, if I get a break here in the third round, I'm definitely going to get up and stretch my legs, maybe take a little bit of a break. I need to get out of this chair. Holy hell, Ravens, what are we doing here? You just get out there already and make the pick. Dang. Flacco, yeah, I came from the sneaker collecting section of YouTube, the Section 8 side of YouTube. They drink but can't be belligerently, I guess. Well, I think I handle my weight well. The dark pull on here. Flacco, boo Ravens. Sanders to the pawn shop. It's crazy though. That Shedeur, not one of the top 3 quarterbacks taken. He wasn't even the first Sanders selected this year. It was TJ Sanders, the defensive tackle from South Carolina. And I also saw a funny video today. It was from Shedeur's draft party last night. It was Shiloh, his brother, who's a safety. He could get drafted late this year. He was saying, damn, if they treating you like this, what are they going to do with me? So that's hilarious. Here comes the pick for the Ravens. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Mike Green is the pick for the Ravens. Damn. One of the best edge rushers left on the board. And he goes to the division rival Ravens. Son of damn. Massive slide for Mike Green. Why did he have to go to the Ratbirds? All right. Mike Green. Here he is, my number 5th edge rusher in this draft class. All my other top 4 edge rushers have gone off, so he was the highest edge left. 21 years old, 6'3", 251, 32-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, ran a 4.57 40 at 251 pounds. Started his career at Virginia and then ended it at Marshall, 3-year collegiate career. 2024 season, 13 games played, 84 tackles, 38 solo tackles, 17 sacks. I believe that was the most in college football last year. So racking up the production at Marshall. 2 pass defenses, 3 forced fumbles, 1 fumble recovery. Notable accolades: second team AP All-American in 2024, first team All Sun Belt Conference, 2024 Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year, and he was a finalist for the Ted Hendricks Award for Best College Defensive End. Analysis: well-built player with a violent play style. First step burst is good. Excellent body control. NFL level arms. Smaller size and a head down rush is his cons. His player comps: Robert Quinn, Alex Highsmith, Pittsburgh Steeler, a comp for Mike Green and David Ajabo. Here's the pick for the Broncos. Here we go. I hate that pick for the Ravens. Damn. 60th pick of the night. 23 left to the Steelers. Oh, and there goes a running back that the Steelers probably love. RJ Harvey from UCF is gone. That is the pick for the Broncos. They were thought to be a slam dunk pick to take Omarion Hampton in the first round. Last night, they passed on him, took Jahdae Barron from Texas, a corner, and now here in the second round, back into the second round, they do get a decent running back after all. So let me scroll up here to RJ Harvey. I knew lots of Steelers fans love him, and the Steelers probably loved him too, but he was actually quite down on my rankings. I probably would have liked him if he ended up on the Steelers, just really wasn't impressed with him all that much as a prospect. 24 years old, so one of the older running backs from Mickey's House, Disney World, Orlando, Florida. 5'8", 208, 29-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.4 flat 40, 10.7 on the broad jump, 38 inches on the vert. Had a top 30 visit with the Steelers back on April 15th. Before I get into his measurements, we're moving fast here after that break for the Ravens pick. The Commanders, their pick is in, and here it comes. Here we go. All right, we get it. We get it. And the slide ends for another one of the upper echelon corners in this draft class. Trey Amos from Ole Miss is heading to Washington, D.C. So let me real quick finish up on RJ Harvey. 4 years at the University of Central Florida, 12 games played last year, 1,577 rush yards on 232 carries, 22 rushing touchdowns, also had 3 receiving touchdowns on 20 receptions, was a third-team AP All-American last year and a first-team All-Big 12 guy. Loves heavy workloads at 5'8", and he has good vision and change of direction to hit the gap. Limited burst and overall speed for him. He needs to quicken his decision-making, and his willingness to pass block is there, but he lacks the weight and height to hold up. Pro comps for RJ Harvey, the last pick who went to the Denver Broncos, Duke Johnson and Keaton Mitchell. Now let's switch over here to Trey Amos, who just went off the board. His slide ends. He goes to the Washington Commanders. Trey Amos, corners. Okay. Scroll down here. Trey Amos, my number 6 corner in this draft class, 23 years old, from New Iberia, Louisiana, 6'1", 195, 31-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.43 40 and ran a 1.6 flat 10-yard split. 10.6 in the broad jump, 32.5 inches vertical. Started his career, bounced around quite a bit, 5 years in college. Started at Louisiana, then transferred to Alabama, and then ended up finally sticking at Ole Miss. Last year, 13 games played, 50 total tackles, 39 of those solo, 13 pass defenses, 3 INTs, 1 forced fumble. Lone accolade, he was a 2024 first-team All-SEC guy. Pros for him, good athlete with the size and a multi-sport history. He's a menace when in press coverage, getting his paws on wide receivers early in the route, remaining physical with them all the way through the play. And his low completion percentage against him is thanks to his long arms, active hands, and great instincts. Cons for Trey Amos, despite his sprinter background, his top speed isn't eye-popping, and he will get beat in a flat-out race sometimes. Tackling technique needs to improve as well. Player comps for him, Tarheeb Still from the Los Angeles Chargers, TJ Tampa, I believe, from the Ravens, and Terrion Arnold from the Lions. Also, Amos, I don't have it here. Was he a top 30 visit with the Steelers? Not sure if Trey Amos was a top 30 visit with the Steelers. I do know that he was maybe scheduled one, maybe met with them at the combine. I don't know. Okay, let me try to catch up on some comments here. No, damn it, boo. Yeah, to the Ravens pick. ChatGPT says as long as you're of age and consume moderately, you can 100% can. So cheers, man. I'm gonna grab one real quick. Okay. Sounds good with me. Damn, Ravens got a lot better this draft. I wanted Malachi Starks. Yeah, they are really investing in that defense here. 2 phenomenal picks, 2 first round talents being talked about before the draft. God, I hate the Ravens. Y'all think Cam Scatabo gets drafted tonight? I don't know about Scatabo. He might need to wait till first thing tomorrow. Caleb Johnson is still available. Can't see at the moment. Yes, Caleb Johnson is still available, and he is probably going to be a favorite. I know it's going to be hard to pass up a quarterback, but if they do, yeah, Caleb Johnson, he could definitely be a pick. He'd be a great fit for the Steelers. Cheers, cheers, cheers all around. I will go get myself one here maybe in a little bit. Scatabo probably round 3. But yeah, maybe somewhere in round 3 here. I don't know how many people are scared off of his heavy workload in college. Let me look up this real quick. So Amos, I think they just went to some people went to Ole Miss's pro day. I thought he was a top 30 visit there for a second, but apparently I was mistaken. All right, here we go. The Bears pick again, and they are about to announce. Here we go. So what are the Bears going to do here? And there goes the second Shamar from Texas A&M in this draft. It is Shamar Turner now, the defensive tackle. He is going to Chi-Town. Let me pull up Shamar Turner. He's fairly high up on my defensive tackle rankings, I do believe. Let's go here, defensive tackles, and There he is right there. Shamar Turner, number 9 defensive tackle on my board. 22 years old from DeSoto, Texas. 6'3", 300 pounds, 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Didn't do much at the pro day or the combine, but he does run a 4.8 40 at 300 pounds too. That's impressive. 4 years at Texas A&M with the Aggies last year, 12 games, 36 tackles, 20 of those solo, 6 TFLs, 2 sacks, 1 pass defense, and 1 forced fumble. Was a 2021 All-SEC freshman team maker and made the second team All-SEC in 2023. High motor player with unwavering aggression. Hands are always active and fast, punching the offensive lineman throughout the rush. And he has the instincts to quickly jump gaps on pass rush moves. Low weight can seem to get him pushed around at defensive tackle, and his arms are a tad short to gain and keep leverage. Player comps for him: Dominic Easley, Nnamdi Madubuike from the Ravens, and Braden Fisk from the LA Rams. Now it is the Kansas City Chiefs. Their pick is Okay, back-to-back defensive tackles off the board now. The Chiefs, they're dipping in the D tackle well as well. It is Omar Norman Lott. Omar with 2 R's. Norman Lott. So there's the Chiefs getting a D tackle as well. I got to update the banner here in a second. Let me take that off the screen. I'll do that here hopefully once the picks slow down. Let me go here. Omar Norman Lott. Excuse me. Norman Lott, he is my 17th defensive tackle prospect in this class. 23 years old, 6'2", 315, 34-inch arms, 11-inch hands. Ran a 5.05 40, 9.5 in the broad jump, 31.5-inch vert, 19 reps on the bench. Started his career at Arizona State and transferred to Tennessee. Spent 5 years there. 13 games last year. 18 total tackles, 8 solo tackles, 4 TFLs, and 4 sacks with the Volunteers. No notable accolades. He explodes off the ball with power and leverage to gain fast penetration. Gains his hands quickly inside blockers. And uses upper body strength to push offensive linemen back, and his impressive flexibility and active hands give him a nice set of pass rush moves. Cons for Omar Norman Lott: plays a power game but doesn't have the mass to be effective, and he tends to be bounced out of gaps, opening up running lanes. Player comps for him: couple good ones here. Kenny Clark, a longtime defensive tackle for the Green Bay Packers, and Keanu Benton, defensive tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Also, Michael Hall is another player comp for him. So with that, let me get the ticker up to date here. I am way behind. So where did I leave off? All right, so I left off with Detroit at 57. They took Tate Ratledge, okay. Houston. No, the Raiders trade up. They took Besh. $59 Baltimore. They took edge Mike Green. And then at number 60 here, the Broncos took RJ Harvey. Washington, they took Amos, right? Yes, they took Trey Amos. And Buffalo, they took, or no, Buffalo, did Buffalo, or did that pick get traded? Yeah, it was the Bears pick. They took Turner. defensive tackle Shamar Turner. And then Kansas City Chiefs, they too went defensive tackle with Omar Norman Lott. So there we go. Final pick. Made it through the second round, ladies and gentlemen. Final pick of round 2 is in. It is the Philadelphia Eagles. $11 of you in here right now. If you haven't done so already, please like and share this stream. Comment in the live chat if you want to do so, and subscribe to the channel. I'm apologizing here for my my stream, having spotty quality here and there. Got some rainstorms coming through the area, messing with the internet. And here comes the pick for the Eagles. Here we go. Real quick, let me catch up here. Watch snatched the mic from Solo. Fatu. See, I'm not watching. I'm recording SmackDown here. I'm gonna go watch it here. So don't spoil anything for me. There, Flacco. Enjoy your meal, Freight Train. Indeed. The Saints take Chuck, and there's the pick, and there goes a good safety off the board. Andrew Makuba from Texas. So should Sanders and Jalen Milroe, they fall out of now. Let me go here to Makuba. Do some talk about the work I put in on him. So Andrew Makuba, he is safety number 5 in my rankings. 23 years old, 5'11", 186, 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.45 40, a 1.53 10-yard split. Started his career at Clemson and then transferred to Texas, where he spent 4 years in total in college. Last year with the Longhorns. 15 games played, 69 total tackles, 41 of those solo, 7 pass defenses, 5 interceptions, and 1 forced fumble. Was a 2021 third-team All-ACC member, freshman All-American, and ACC Defensive Rookie of the Year with the Clemson Tigers. And then in 2024 was a third-team All-SEC guy. Pros for Makuba, good awareness of what the offense is doing and what his role is as the high safety. Excellent athleticism in his fluid changes of direction and explosive transitions. He consistently looks for and plays the ball, and he flashes the burst and range to adjust and take strong angles versus outside runs. Cons for Makuba: undersized safety who will be outmatched against taller tight ends. Short arms and going too low on tackles makes him miss often as well. Good pro comp for him here. Devin McCourty. That is a lofty comp for Makuba and Ronnie Hickman. And hey, proud to be an American playing there. Servicemen on the stage there in Green Bay with Roger Goodell here. The first pick of round 3. It's the New York Giants. Real quick here. Just going to do this. Andrew Makuba. There's the final safety. So I'm going to let this run across the bottom of the screen. That is the entire second round selections right there. Going to let that roll through one time. Pretty entertaining. Pretty entertaining second round. Indeed, Flacco. I see you, or I see you there in the comment. Yes, Saints took Shuck Freight Train. Don't worry about it, man. I seriously appreciate you doing this. You have comps for everyone and great stats. You're kicking ass, man. Thanks for putting in all the work so we can watch. I appreciate it. That means a whole lot to me. I think I said this at the beginning of last night's stream. I put about 3 weeks to a month, spending, a couple of days here and there on one position. I had over 290 prospects I've done work on with only 256 picks in the draft. So appreciate it, eh? I'm sure tomorrow I'm going to be getting some guys that I don't know jack about, so that's all right. But I did play it. I'm playing it again. Pick is in for the Giants to kick off round 3. And with that, everybody, hope you all got a good look at the round 2 ticker at the bottom of the screen. We're now going to switch it over to round 3. I will edit in some teams' abbreviations who have maybe traded into this round or moved up and down in this round when that pick comes up. But we're going to kick off with the Giants. They already got a quarterback, so who are they going to go with now? Here comes the pick. And there goes, finally, another player high up in my positional rankings finally goes off the board. I believe he is my number 5 or 6 defensive tackle. Darius Alexander from Toledo is gone. So that now makes 2 potential Steeler targets in Jackson Dart and Darius Alexander going to New York. Let me go here to Darius Alexander. Okay, Darius Alexander, where are you? Right there, 5, the number 5 defensive tackle in my rankings, 25 years old, 6'4", 310 pounds, 34-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.95 40 and a 1.72 10-yard split, 9.3 in the broad jump, 31.5 inches in the vert, 28 reps on the bench. Toledo at 5 years, Mac guy. 40 total tackles last year, 17 solo tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks, 4 pass defenses, and 1 INT. And hang on here, ladies and gentlemen. Is this a trade? Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got a big trade. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Ashton Gelati is the pick to the Chiefs here, but did I just hear L'Jarius Sneed just got traded from the Chiefs? And let me go here real quick. KC. Ashton Gelati here is the pick from Louisville. So 2 Louisville Cardinals go off the board here in day 2. I think that was what? I think Sneed. Please don't take Caleb. They didn't. I mean, I thought I heard Rich Eisen say that L'Jarius Sneed got taken, and now the Browns are back up on the clock with the Raiders right behind them. We are on QB watch again here, folks, with these next 2 picks. Oh my goodness! Here we go. All right, so real quick, let me edit these in here. So it was Darius Alexander to the G-men, to the Chiefs. Defensive end Gelati from the Louisville Cardinals. All right, real quick, let me go back here on Darius Alexander. All right, so I left off here 2024 season last year. 40 total tackles, 17 solo tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks, 4 pass defenses, 1 INT. 2023 third team All MAC in 2023 and 2024 second team All MAC. Pro comps for Darius Alexander. I'm going to spare the pros and cons here. Kawan Short and Travis Jones. So Travis Jones, defensive tackle for the Ravens, I believe, out of UConn a couple of years ago. Now moving on here to where is Ashton Gelati? Okay, he's down my board here. There he is. Ashton Gelati, my 21 ranked edge rusher, defensive end in this draft, whatever you want to call it. Real quick, I lost it. There you go. 22 years old, 6'3", 275, 32-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands. ran a 4.63 40, did an even 10-foot broad jump and a 36.5-inch vertical. 4 years at Louisville, 12 games played last year, 43 total tackles, 23 solo, 10 tackles for loss, and 4.5 sacks. Was a first-team All-ACC guy in 2023 and a second-team All-ACC player in 2024. Pros for him: craves physicality with violent chops and swipes against offensive tackles. Lower body flexibility and strength allows him to corner tightly with power. And he lacks height, but his speed to power conversion and leverage sees him collapse the pocket. Cons: needs to come up with more and better counters when his power move is failing, and his arm length will make shedding blocks inconsistent. Player comps for him: Adrian Claiborne and Josh Pascal. Pascal currently with the Detroit Lions. The pick is in for the Cleveland, and will this finally be one of the quarterbacks? If I could hook up a heart monitor and like have it like in the corner of the stream, I would, because you can like tell like certain picks I'm anticipating stuff and it shoots up and then it comes back down. Just yeah. Let me go here real quick to the old Twitter, see if anything's going on here. I haven't been on Twitter for about like half an hour to an hour now. So this from Jerry Dulac, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette Steelers insider. When asked tonight what position the Steelers could address in the third round, team owner Art Rooney II indicated on Fox Sports Pittsburgh, running back, maybe quarterback. Here comes the pick for the Giants. No quarterback for the Browns. They go tight end. I hate it because he's a good tight end, but Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe survive another pick. Oh, wow. Wow. It is Harold Fannin, tight end from Bowling Green. And they got an understudy for David Njoku. Harold Fannin Jr. That's a good pick for the Browns. For the majority, the Browns, they are the Browns. Every AFC North team thus far, they're making good picks. Let me go here to Harold Fannin Jr. if it will click. Come on. What's going on here? There we go. Finally. Tight ends. Tight ends, Harold Fannin Jr. He is my number 3 tight end in this draft class. 21 years old, 6'3", 241, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.71 40 with a 1.56 split, 9 feet 10 inches on the broad jump, 34 inches on the vert. And I'm going to pause things right there because we got another pick here, ladies and gentlemen, coming right up. It is the Vegas Raiders again. On quarterback watch again. Oh no. He's talking like it's going to be someone. Oh, wow. It is not. The way he was talking, I don't know who that was. I didn't see his name. The way he was talking, it was like, this man is truly committed to excellence. I'm privileged to welcome him to the black and silver. I thought it was going to be Shedeur, but it is another good player nonetheless. Darian Porter, one of my favorite corners for the Steelers in this draft. He is heading to the silver and black there. There's the pick. Darian Porter, good pick there. Wow. 2 phenomenal picks from quarterback needy teams. that had me riding a roller coaster of emotions here. 2024 season for back to Harold Fannin here. There you go. There's Harold Fannin. Was at Bowling Green for 3 years last year with the Bowling Green. He was played in 13 games, 117 receptions, 1,555 receiving yards as a tight end, and 10 receiving touchdowns. In 2023, he was a first-team All-MAC player, but listen to this resume. For Harold Fannin, 2024 first-team All-MAC, 2024 first-team AP All-American, 2024 MAC Player of the Year, MAC Offensive Player of the Year, John Mackey Award finalist for Best College Tight End, 68 Ventures Bowl MVP, and he set the single season FBS tight end record in receptions and receiving yards. Player comp for Harold Fannin, John Smith, Jawan Johnson, and Jatavion Sanders, all NFL solid players right there. Now on to Darian Porter here for the Raiders. Let me go here. Scroll down to the corners. Darian Porter. He is my number 5 corner in this draft class. 24 years old, 6'3". What the hell? Hold up. Time out. I'm going to pause this. John Cena. Idris Elba. What the hell is going on here? I just saw John Cena. Idris Elba is on my screen for this New England Patriots pick. What? Okay. I'm so confused as hell right now. So Idris Elba and John Cena were just having some sort of like FaceTime back and forth on the screen. And they didn't even make the pick. Here's the pick. And there goes a good wide receiver off the board for the Patriots. Hang on here. I got to do this. Kyle Williams from Washington State is the pick for the New England Patriots. That's a good get for them. He was expected to take a slide in this draft, but how far, we did not know. Speed run here on Darian Porter. 6'3", 200 pounds, 33-inch arms, 9-inch hands, 4'3", 40 flat. 6 years at Iowa State last year, 12 games played, 18 tackles, 2 pass defenses, 3 INTs. Had 3 full seasons at corner because he played his first 3 seasons at Iowa as a wide receiver. 2024 All Big 12 honorable mention. Player comps for him, sparing you the pros and cons here because they're pretty good. Player comps, good ones. Reek Woolen from the Seattle Seahawks. Zion McCollum from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And one-time Steeler, Darius Rush, also a former Iowa State Cyclone, if I believe, as well. Back to New England's pick here. Let me go back to the offensive side of things here. Okay, Kyle Williams. He is my number 13 wide receiver in this draft class, but we're going to hang on here. Another pick. They're coming fast and furious. I don't know what to do. It is Detroit Lion corner Terrion Arnold, their first-round pick last year when the draft was in Detroit, who is making this selection. Is the 70th pick, so we got 13 selections till the Steelers. Oh, boy, here we go. And there goes another wide receiver. It is Isaac TeSlaa from Arkansas, a guy who really shot up draft boards at the Senior Bowl, if I'm correct. So Isaac TeSlaa going to the Detroit Lions. Okay, back here. Thank goodness, 2 wide receivers, same space. Speed run on Kyle Williams, the wide receiver who just went to New England a moment ago. 22 years old, 5'11", 190, 9-inch hands, 30-inch arm. Ran a 4.4 flat 40. Started his career at the University of Nevada at Las Vegas, and then transferred to Washington State. That was the Lions trading up to get TeSlaa there. So real quick, let me hit the trade alert because I did not. Thank goodness they're going to commercial. Pick is in for the Saints here at 71. All right, back to Kyle Williams here real quick, the New England Patriots new wide receiver. 5 years in college, last year at Washington State, 13 games played, 70 receptions, just shy of 1,200 yards, 14 touchdowns. 2022 MCW Freshman of the Year at UNLV. Player comp for him, sparing the pros and cons here, trying to catch up. Marvin Mims and Jamari Thrash. Now moving on here to my number 28 wide receiver on my board. Detroit Lions take Isaac TeSlaa from Arkansas. So TeSlaa, 23 years old, 6'4", 270 pounds, 17 pounds, 217 pounds. Tall and big wide receiver, 31-inch arms, 10-inch hands, 4'4", 340. 2 years at Arkansas. 13 games played last year, 28 receptions, 545 yards, 3 touchdowns. Player comps for him, sparing the pros and cons here. Well, I guess I got time. Pros and cons, size advantage on corners from the slot, strong hands and tackling skills as well to high point the ball. Con, slow acceleration and speed to beat press coverage and man coverage. Player comps for him, Nico Collins. That is a good comp, and Justin Shorter. So okay, back caught up now. I got to catch up on this round 3 banner real quick. So switching things over here to round 3 with the 3rd pick in the draft. The Browns took tight end Harold Fannin. And a junior. What is going on?
So,
what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Back for second night of the draft. Steelers pick coming up here. 12 picks away from that. My father, PJ.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you for the cold water. I have one here, but it's probably absolutely warm right now. Vegas Raiders, they took Darian Porter. That was a good pick for them. New York Jets. They didn't pick. They traded out. Who did they trade with? The Patriots. So New England, they took then Kyle Williams.
It was quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Real quiet.
Yeah, on Twitter for that.
Yeah, real quiet.
Then Detroit picked. They took Isaac TeSlaa. So got to sub out CAR for DET. And they took wide receiver TeSlaa. People always say his last name is Tesla, but it's not. It's TeSlaa. You gotta put the emphasis on it.
Yep.
Hold up. This is pick 71. Why am I all messed up here?
Saints pick is in.
Cancel it out. All right, now I'm on track here. I was typing in the wrong slot there, guys. Sorry about that. All right, here comes the Saints pick. Here we go. Who's it going to be? Ryan Ramczyk back out for the pick. And there goes another good defensive tackle, Vernon Broughton, the second of the 2 very good D tackles in this draft from Texas. Vernon Broughton is the pick there. So let me go back here. Vernon Broughton in my defensive tackle rankings. He is number 10, 23 years old, 6'5", 311 pounds, 35-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.9 flat 40. 5 years at Texas with the Longhorns, 16 games played, 39 total tackles, 24 of those solo, 5 TFLs, 4 sacks, 2 pass defenses, 2 forced fumbles, and 3 fumble recoveries. No notable accolades. Player comp for him, Carlos Brooks, and I'm going to skip over the pros and cons because the pick is in again for the Buffalo Bills now. And back to the podium for the pick. Here we go. Landon Jackson. Okay, so the Bills go edge. Landon Jackson, that's a good pick for him. He shot up draft boards as well due to his good performances at the Combine and the Pro Bowl or Senior Bowl. So Buffalo Bills, they take Landon Jackson. There's the pick right there. Landon Jackson. Let's go to my defensive rankings here. Landon Jackson in the defensive end portion of my board. He is my 11th edge rusher. 22 years old from Texarkana, Texas. 6'6", 280. 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.68 40. Nearly jumped 11 feet in the broad and had a 40.5-inch vert. Started his collegiate career at LSU, then ended up transferring to Arkansas. 4 years in college. Last year in 2024, he had 12 games played, 49 tackles, 27 of those solo, 10 tackles for loss, 6.5 sacks, 3 pass defenses, 1 forced fumble, was a first-team All-SEC in 2023, second-team All-SEC in 2024. And I'm pausing here. Pick is in, and here it comes. Here we go. Oh, that's a good pick. Yep. That is a good pick there for the New York Jets. Azareye'h Thomas from Florida State is gone. Good corner, fell down the rankings leading up to this year's draft. Hopefully I spell his first name right here as I'm typing it in. I think. There we go. Okay, Azareye'h Thomas is the pick for the New York Jets. Real quick, finishing up on Landon Jackson, who went to the Buffalo Bills. No, that's the wrong one. That is the offensive rankings. Pro comps for Landon Jackson, Carl Nassib, defensive end for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Logan Hall, Keon White, who was I believe a second-round pick for the New England Patriots last year. Now moving on to Azareye'h Thomas. I know he's up there in my corner rankings. Azareye'h Thomas, he is corner number 7 on my board. 21 years old, 6 foot 1.5 inches, 198, 32.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.58 40. 3 years at Florida State, but last year he played in 12 games, 52 total tackles, 4 pass defenses, and 1 interception. Was a 2024 All-ACC honorable mention last year. Had great size, for a press corner and crowding wide receivers. Violent and strong punches wide receivers back in press. Supreme processor, reading what the wide receiver will do next and reacting off of it. And then he has long arms to get up in the passing lanes. Cons for him: average body control and start-stop ability, makes mirroring wide receivers inconsistent, and he is sometimes too light. He uses his arms too much as a tackler. Player comps for him: Bryce Hall, who I believe he may still be a corner for the Jets. I don't know. Jalen Watson, corner for the Kansas City Chiefs, and Eli Ricks is his last comp there. So Azareye'h Thomas, the pick there for the New York Giants. The pick is in for the Denver Broncos, who are up next. And we're on a commercial break here, so hopefully I can finish typing in these last couple picks here. Saints took Vernon Broughton. Then we had the Buffalo Bills take Landon Jackson. And then the Jets, they just took corner Azareye'h Thomas. So there is your... I got the ticker all caught up, ladies and gentlemen. There's your new look at the third round right now. I got to catch up on some comments here. So 5Ds of dodgeball on these QBs. At this point, Sanders is not going to get drafted after we were brainwashed into thinking he will go top 5. They are apparently announcing the pick from London. Oh, okay. Well, they didn't even announce who it was they were drafting. And that video of John Cena, that was him at WrestleMania. He was in his WrestleMania hat and shirt, according to Twitter. Okay. Zelina. Flacco, what did I say about spoiling SmackDown for me? Zelina Vega apparently won the women's U.S. title. She's deserving.
Oh, yeah.
She's deserving. She's deserving.
Good for her.
What's up, Pops? Steel City Dad? Steel City Dad? Right there. Yep, indeed.
Oh.
Hey, kind of like me, when he's not in work clothes, hard to find him wearing anything else than Steelers, Penguins, Pirates gear, just like me. He's got that's the military salute to service hat that the Steelers came out with, I think 1 or 2 years ago. I saw you did send me this bench clearing.
It's Tom Wilson, whatever.
Oh wow, they're in the bench.
It was nasty.
All right, well, I have what you sent me bookmarked here on Twitter. I will go back and watch it in full nasty. Later. I'm sure that'll be a big thing on YouTube there.
Oh yeah.
So 10 picks away, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting close. So what are we thinking here? We are 10 picks away. Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders are still on the board. I'm shocked that Jalen Milroe isn't even in the best available for Daniel Jeremiah. Shedeur Sanders is still there. We still thinking we're taking corner here or quarterback here, folks? I have to wait and see. My bad, LOL. I was hyped and wanted to spoil. It's a crazy match. You'll see. That's all right. Zelina Vega deserves it. Good for her.
Good for her.
So now the Denver Broncos, they're about to make their pick. Here we go.
Bronco country, let's cry.
Bronco country, let's cry. And another wide receiver goes off the board. Pat Bryant, middle of the road wide receiver in my rankings, if I remember correct. I think he's 17th off the top of my head, but Pat Bryant is the pick. So let me go here to... That was pick 74. It was the Denver Broncos selection from a trade earlier. They took wide receiver Pat Bryant. Here's the ticker again. Let's go here to my rankings. Back in the wide receiver section here. Pat Bryant, he is my number 18 wide receiver. I was off by one. 22 years old, Illinois product here. 6 foot 2 inches tall, 204 pounds, 31 and a half or 31 inch arms, 9.5 inch hands. Ran a 4.61 40, did a 10.4 in the broad, 37 and a half inches in the vert. 4 years at Illinois last year, 12 games played. 54 receptions, just shy of 1,000 yards receiving, and he caught 10 touchdowns. Was a 2024 second team All Big Ten guy, and his player comps here are Tyler Johnson and Keon Coleman, sparing the pros and the cons, because here comes the San Francisco 49ers pick. And there goes a linebacker, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Martin is the pick from Oklahoma State. So let me go here and see what is up here with Nick Martin. Nick Martin here from Oklahoma State, 22 years old, 6 feet even, 220 pounds. Martin, his arm length here, 31 or 32 inches and 9-inch hands as well. Martin here ran a 4.3 or 4.53 40, did a 38 inch vertical and a 10 foot 3 inch broad jump, 26 reps on the bench. Going here to his college stats. Here at Oklahoma State, 4 years. Last year played just 5 games due to injury. 35 games total in his career. Made 28 solo tackles, 47 combined tackles, 8 tackles for loss, had 1 solo sack, 2 pass defenses, and a fumble recovery and forced fumble. Good looking here at his accolades. Was a 2023 first team All Big 12 member.
Here it comes.
And player comps for Nick Martin. I will get to that here in a minute. We got the Cowboys pick now. And finally, off goes Shavon Ravel Jr., my number 4 corner in this class. His injury scared teams off all the way to the 3rd round. He might have been a first-round pick if that was the case. Wow. Finally gets picked up here. Finishing up Nick Martin here, his one player comp that I have is Darius Muasau. Jerry Jones is dancing in the Cowboys war room. So still here in the corner section. Let me go here to Shavon Ravel. Like I just said, my number 4 corner in this draft class, 23 years old, 6 foot 2 inches, 194 pounds, 32 and a half inch arms, 9.5 inch hands. Ran a 4.4 flat 40. 12 reps on the bench. 3 years at East Carolina University. Played just 3 games because he tore his left ACL, missed the final 9 games of the season. So skipping over his statistics here. Well, I will say, though, 3 games played, had two INTs. Here comes the pick for the Carolina Panthers. We're moving fast again. And we got an edge rusher, ladies and gentlemen. It is Princely Umanmielen from Ole Miss. Umanmielen, yeah. I have that pronounced right. Princely. He goes to Carolina. That's a good pick for them. Finishing up here Siobhan Ravel speed rushing through him. He had 2 interceptions. Like I just said, one of those a pick six in 3 games played. It was a second-team All-ACC guy. Player comps for him in the NFL. Lofty one here. Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets. Reek Wooland from the Seattle Seahawks. And Benjamin St. Juste from the Washington Commanders. Now moving back up here towards the top. Princely Umanmielen in the edge rusher category. He's my number 12 edge rusher, 23 years old, 6'4", 255. 34-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, ran a 4.7 240, 10 feet 6-inch broad, 38-inch vert. Started his career at Florida, transferred to Mississippi, 5 years total in college, 2024 season, 12 games played, 37 total tackles, 14 TFLs, 10.5 sacks. So that's a high value pick there. 1 forced fumble and 1 fumble recovery as well. 2023 second team All SEC, 2024 first team All SEC. Player comps for Princely, Whitney Merciless, former Houston Texan there. Boye Mafe, believe he's with the Seattle Seahawks, and Will McDonald, edge rusher for the New York Jets. I'm looking on Twitter here. Apparently someone prank called Shedeur Sanders pretending to be a part of a team on a stream, saying he will have to wait a little bit longer. Wow.
Really?
Somebody literally prank called Shedeur.
Oh, man.
Jeez, that is ruthless. Somebody on Twitter with the 52nd pick, the Pittsburgh Steelers select DK Metcalf, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
That's right.
That's a great pick. Apparently, the Baby Pens got eliminated from Calder Cup playoffs tonight. Looks like it was a sweep.
Really?
From the Lehigh Valley Phantom. The Flyers AHL team swept them. I think it was a 3-game series. Caleb just might be there. Haha, trolls are creative. Caleb Johnson is not a pick to rule out here. I mean, I didn't think Milroe and Sanders would fall this far, especially Sanders. Oh, damn, no way. Shiloh Sanders is streaming on Twitch. I saw, but that's funny. Also, it's his brother streaming. The biggest troll job ever would be some team taking his brother, who absolutely will not make it in the NFL, taking him before Shedeur. Wow. Fix that out there. Let me edit this. So I left off here with the San Francisco Giants, right? The Giants took linebacker Nick Martin. The Cowboys, they took, or was it the Cowboys that picked? Yeah, they took Ravel. That's a good pick for the Cowboys, though. Shoring up that defense. And then at 77, Carolina. Man, Yellen. Fun name. Okay, so now we are at pick 78 here, ladies and gentlemen. Pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. Hey, Flocko, I see you in the chat there. No surprise there. I just saw it just because it was the first thing that popped up on my Twitter. No shock. Alistair Black is back. And he's back as Alistair, too. So
yeah, I saw that. I wasn't gonna say no.
It's a happy night in the Vega household. She wins a title and her man's back.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything.
That's a good night there for Zelina Vega. Here we go. Jordan Birch, edge rusher from Oregon, is the pick. Also, I see your comment there, Freight Train. Baseball brain, San Francisco 49ers, not Giants. It's been a long night. I'm spouting out names left and right. I wanted to call the Giants something earlier, but I forget it. So let me go here. The Cardinals, they take Jordan Birch from Oregon.
Did you see they suspended Pham on the game?
Did they really?
Yeah, Tommy Pham got a game for what he did the other night.
Oh, well, that's a shocker.
Yeah,
Tommy Pham.
it's everywhere.
Tommy Pham got. So he was in the lineup tonight.
Well, I don't think he was breaking everybody.
Here.
Suspended.
I got this.
Oh, dude, I just turned it on here. Okay.
Here, let me see if I can get it on here. Apologize, ladies and gentlemen, trying to get
the
here. Yeah. I just picked for Sportsnet right there. Got the tablet ready to turn on the Bucks game so that we don't miss that. Is a Paul Skeens day. Pick is in here for the Houston Texans. Because I got sidetracked, here is the quick rundown on Jordan Birch.
Texans pick.
Here comes the Texans pick. Here we go. And wow, the Houston Texans are doubling down on Iowa State wide receivers. They took Jaden Higgins earlier tonight, and now they have taken Jalen Knoll as well. That is fantastic drafting by them. They get both of the Iowa State wide receivers, both of whom are pretty damn good. That is great drafting there. I am envious of those picks there by the Houston Texans. So Jalen Knoll is the pick for the Texans. Let me find real quick the pick for the Cardinals here. Where's Jordan Birch? Okay, Jordan Birch here. He is my 23rd defensive end, 23 years old, 6'4", 295, 33-inch arms, 9-inch hands, runs a 4.67 40. Last year, or started his career at South Carolina, transferred to Oregon, 5 years total in college. 2024 season, 10 games played, missed 4 games with a knee injury, 31 total tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 8.5 sacks, 6 pass defenses, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. 2023 All Pac-12 honorable mention player comps, Matthew Juon, Deo Odeegbo, and KJ Henry. Here comes the pick for the Indianapolis Colts. Damn, there goes a good pick for the Steelers. It wasn't going to be tonight, but I would have loved to have gotten this guy on day 3. Justin Wally, corner from Minnesota, is now gone to the Indianapolis Colts. That's a good pick. That is a sneaky player who you thought you could get a steal in day 3, but he goes here in the 3rd round. Going back here to the wide receiver section, Jalen Knoll, he is my number, if I can find the wide receivers. Jalen Knoll, my number 9 wide receiver, 22 years old, 5 feet 10 inches, 194, 9.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.39 40, had a top 30 visit with the Steelers back on April 4th. 4 years at Iowa State. Last year, 14 games played, 80 receptions, 1,194 yards, and 8 receiving touchdowns. Was a Big 12 Co-Special Teams Player of the Year in 2024 and a 2024 All Big 12 honorable mention. First team All Big 12 at return specialist. Player comps for Jalen Knoll, Parker Washington, and Roman Wilson. Happy to hopefully see him healthy this year, Roman Wilson. Back here, the Cincinnati Bengals. Boo, they're on the clock. They're making their pick. Here we go, 81st pick. Who are the Bengals taking? And they take Dylan Fairchild, guard from Georgia. So, interesting pick there for the Bengals. They invest in the offensive line to protect Joe Burrow. Wasn't really too high on Fairchild there. Dylan Fairchild is the pick there. There it is. Real quick, back to Justin Wally, who went a pick prior to the Indianapolis Colts. A good pick for them. Picks are coming fast and furious here. Justin Wally. He is my... Where is he? 21 ranked corner. 23 years old, 5'10", 190, 31-inch arms, 10-inch hands, 4'4", flat, 40. Last year with Minnesota, 10 games played, 42 total tackles, 1 sack, 10 pass defenses, 2 interceptions, one of those a pick six. He did miss 2 games with a knee injury, 4 years at the University of Minnesota. Was an All-Big Ten honorable mention in 2023 and a second-team All-Big Ten member in 2024. Player comp for Justin Wally, Storm Duck, one of the greatest names to come out of the draft in recent years. I'm not even sure if he's in the NFL anymore. Now on to the Cincinnati Bengals pick, all caught up here. They go Dylan Fairchild, guard from Georgia. You go here to the guard section. Guards. Dylan Fairchild, he is my number 10 overall guard in this class. 22 years old, 6'5", 318 pounds, 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands, 5'15" in the 40, 4 years at Georgia, 14 games played last year, spent majority of that at left guard, and he gave up 1 QB hit and 1 sack. 2-time national champion in 2021 and 2022. 2024, second-team AP All-American and second-team All-SEC. Player comp for him is Christian Mahogany. And with that pick, ladies and gentlemen, if the Steelers are indeed thinking about taking a quarterback, with the Bengals sticking and picking there, they are guaranteed to get one of Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe. Damn, their third player from Oregon. I was thinking maybe only since, but that was sick. Yeah, the Oregon Ducks, they are going off the board on that defensive line. That's awesome. One more Steelers pick. Here we go. Tennessee Titans. Their pick was in. So, getting ready here. Arizona Cardinals, they took then Jordan Birch. Houston took wide receiver Jaden Knoll. Indianapolis, they took Justin Wally. And Cincinnati took guard Dylan Fairchild. So Steelers guaranteed to get a quarterback if they choose. They could always wait and maybe trade back into this round. Best available on the board, Shedeur Sanders. Caleb Johnson, still available from Iowa. He'd be a hell of a fit in this Arthur Smith offense. Noel Williams, a corner from Cal, I like, is there. Dylan Sampson, running back from Tennessee, is there. Like him as well. If they really want to hit the defensive line hard, they could go Jack Sawyer, edge from Ohio State, who is still on the board. Lots of intrigue there. Lots of possible picks there for the Steelers. Kind of like last night. They avoided quarterback then. What will they do now? Here's the pick for the Titans. And it is safety Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State, who is heading down to Nashville, Tennessee. So Kevin Winston is the pick. I'm going to type him in here on the ticker and on the screen, but I am going to hold off me going in deep on him. We're going to wait and react here to the Steelers pick. And we'll break down that then. So here we go. Ian Rappaport talking about Shedeur Sanders. Pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Here we go.
No time wasted getting that. Here we go.
There's nothing.
Oh, okay.
How are you?
Okay.
That's all.
Here we go. Oh my goodness. In baseball news, Pittsburgh Pirates just took a 1-0 lead in the top of the first. Here we go. Lynn Swan making the pick. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What is it going to be?
He's showing all the Super Bowl rings.
Swanee showing off the rings. There we go! Running back, it's Caleb Johnson! Wow! They do get the running back that they love. Caleb Johnson, the perfect fit for the Arthur Smith offense. He is going to ditch Iowa black and gold for Pittsburgh Steelers black and gold. That's what I'm saying. No way. They passed on Shedeur. They passed on Milroe.
That was quick.
That was insane. That was a very quick pick.
Yep, that was quick.
Caleb Johnson, the Steelers have their RB1 to be partnered with Jaylen Warren. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So behind Ashton Jeanty, who went in the first round, behind Omarion Hampton, who went in the first round, and behind Quinshon Judkins and Trevion Henderson, the two Ohio State wide receivers who went very quickly tonight in the second round. Caleb Johnson, my number 5 running back in this draft class, 21 years old from Hamilton, Ohio, 6'1", 225 pounds, 33-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.57 40 with a 1.62 40 or 10-yard split. Was a top 30 visit with the Steelers back on April 3rd. Hold off real quick, ladies and gentlemen. We got another pick to announce here. And another corner has gone off the board here to Tampa Bay, ladies and gentlemen. It is Jacob Parrish from Kansas State. Good corner there. I think he is in my top 15 or 12 of my corner rankings. So Jacob Parrish is the pick there. Back to, wrong headline there. Back to the Pittsburgh Steelers pick. They pass on Milroe and they pass on Shedeur Sanders. Back here to Caleb Johnson, where I left off. He was a top 30 visit with the Steelers. We have a trade here. The Kansas City Chiefs are coming back up. I can't even talk about our guys. Things are popping off left and right here. Hold on. Trade alert. And pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. Caleb Johnson, still talking about him here. 3 years at Iowa as a Hawkeye last year, 2024 season. 12 games played, 240 carries, 1,537 rushing yards, and 21 rushing touchdowns. Also caught the ball 22 times for 188 receiving yards and 2 receiving touchdowns. Here real quick is the pick for the KC Chiefs. And the Chiefs, they just saw that Jacob Parrish went off the board. They came up and they got their corner that they want. It is Noel Williams, who I just said I like from Cal. He is now off the board. Picks are coming fast and furious. There is the Noel Williams pick. I will run through all of the picks that I am not covering here in a minute, but hopefully I can have enough time here to wrap up on Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson, top 30 visit with the Steelers back on April 3rd. Like I said, he was also had a formal meeting at the scouting combine with the Steelers. Like I said, that is impressive production. 12 games, 240 carries, 1,537 rushing yards, and 21 rushing touchdowns. In his career in college, 2022 All Big Ten honorable mention. This past year, 2024, second team Associated Press All-American, first team All Big Ten member, Big Ten running back of the year, and the Doak Walker Award finalist for best college running back. Pros for Caleb Johnson. He is a big physical between the tackles, downhill back. So you are looking at a Najee Harris replacement right there. Patient and decisive zone runner, fits the zone run scheme that Arthur Smith offense is. And he has the balance to brush off tackles, especially from secondary players. So he'll stay on his feet and fight through contact as well. All three big check marks that the Steelers love to see. His only con, pass protection needs a lot of work, even if he is even put in such a role, which I do put that caveat in there because Jaylen Warren last year was the main pass blocking running back for the Steelers. If you see me looking down here, I have the Pirate game on one of our tablets here. Paul Skeens versus Shohei Ohtani, one of the best matchups in all of baseball you will see. Player comps here for Caleb Johnson. You guys are going to love these. How about this first player comp, ladies and gentlemen? Todd Gurley. The Todd Gurley, who at a time in the 2010s was one of the most dominant running backs, if not the most dominant running back in all of baseball. He is one of Caleb Johnson's player comps. Also, other player comps, Tyler Algier, running back for the Atlanta Falcons, and Zaquandre White for the Las Vegas Raiders. So let me go to the chat here, see how all of you are feeling. Ha ha ha. Rumors have to be true now. Rodgers coming to the Berg. Never know. He still got a while to go tonight. The Steelers really like one of those quarterbacks. They'll trade back in. Sanders has 4 more opportunities. Raiders have 2 picks, Browns and Saints. But wow, oh wow, we were lied to for like 6 months. We were all fooled. And looks like Paul Skeens will take the first battle of the night with Shohei Ohtani. Guts a fly out to moderately deep center field. O'Neal Cruz with the catch. I'm happy we did this. Me too, Flacco. Todd Gurley still young, LOL. Yeah, I am absolutely thrilled with that Caleb Johnson pick. That was a fantastic pick. I'll take it. You got a Najee Harris replacement, dude who is more explosive and fits the Arthur Smith scheme better. Getting comps to Todd Gurley, that is a pretty lofty comp. There is a look at the Los Angeles Chargers draft room. Their pick is in. Fist bump there from that gentleman on the. That's Harbaugh on the phone. Fist pump from him. Their pick is in here. Let me flash that up. Real quick, just going to talk about the. Try to catch up as fast as I can on the picks. So right before the Steelers pick 82, the Tennessee Titans, they took safety Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State. Winston was my 5th tight end on my board, 21 years old, 6'1", 215. Missed 3 games last year with an ACL, so his stats weren't really that lofty. 4.5 40. Here's the pick for the Chargers. Oh, no. My dream is dead. My dream of having both Oregon defensive tackles has been dashed. Jamari Caldwell will not be teaming up with his good buddy Derek Harmon in Pittsburgh. He will be heading to the opposite end of the country with the LA Chargers. That's a good pick for them. I thought the Steelers might be able to sway their way, pick him up tomorrow, but not going to happen. So Jamari Caldwell is the pick for the Chargers. Running through these quickly, very, very skim bios on the players that have gone. To finish off, Kevin Winston Jr. player comp for him. Kenny Phillips and Ketan Oladapo. Green Bay's pick is in real quick. I'm going to take off the banner at the bottom of the screen. I'm not going to be able to catch up with typing in the picks there. After the Steelers pick, Jacob Parrish went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let me go up here to Parrish. Where is Jacob Parrish? Jacob Parrish. Where are thou? Jacob Parrish, my 15th corner, 21 years old, 5'10", 198, 4.35, 40, very, very fast. Had 7 pass defenses and 1 interception in 12 games at Kansas State last year. All Big 12 honorable mention. Orlando Scandrick, Garrett Williams, and Asante Samuel. That's a good comp for him, for Jacob Parrish there. As for Noel Williams, who the Chiefs traded up for right after that, you had... Where is it here? Right here. Noel Williams, he is my number 10 overall corner. But I will tell you about him in a minute. Here comes the pick for the hometown Packers. Who is Green Bay going to pick to try to please their hometown after this? And another good pick off the board, Savion Williams, wide receiver, TCU. I think he's in my top 10, easily my top 12 for wide receivers. Steelers, I think, had a lot of interest in him. Dang. All right, cover him in a minute. Back to Noel Williams here. Pick for the KC Chiefs, 22 years old, 6 feet and a half inch tall, 199 pounds, 4.5 flat 40 at California last year, 13 games, 52 tackles, 9 pass defenses, 7 interceptions, a lot of production, 1 pick 6, 1 forced fumble. Was an all MWC honorable mention, second team AP All-American, in 2024, second team AP All-American, first team All ACC at corner, all honorable mention at all purpose. Comps for Noel Williams, Jalen Jones, and Kobe Bryant in the NFL. Decent comps there for him. And then who was the Jamari Caldwell? That was the pick for the LA Chargers. Again, I am very upset that he is off the board now. Jamari Caldwell, he is my number 12 defensive tackle. 24 years old, 6 foot 2 inches tall, 340 pounds. Could have just stuck him in the middle of the offensive line and just let him eat up blocks. 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. But we're going to wait here. We got another pick to announce here for the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have back-to-back picks. All right, here's the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Caleb Ransaw from Tulane. I believe they have him listed as a corner there, but I believe I have him as a safety. So Caleb Ransaw to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they're going to have another pick right after this, back-to-back picks. But finishing up here on Jamari Caldwell, like I said, 6'2", 340 pounds. Would have loved him on the Steelers. 5'1", 640, 14 games last year with the Ducks, 29 tackles, 5 TFLs, 3 pass defenses, 1 forced fumble. Was an all Big Ten honorable mention. Player comps for Jamari Caldwell, Chris Baker, and McKinley Jackson. After that, Green Bay, they took Savion Williams, wide receiver from TCU. Let me get to my wide receiver section here. There's Savion Williams, my number 11 wide receiver in the draft class. 23 years old, 6'4", 222. Ran a 4.48 40. Had an informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine and was a top 30 visit back on March 14th. So that's why I think the Steelers are a little upset he went off the board there. 5 years at TCU, but last year, 12 games played, 60 receptions, 611 receiving yards, 6 TDs. Also carried the ball 51 times for 322 yards and 6 rushing touchdowns. Was a national championship finalist with the Horned Frogs back in 2022, and he was an honorable mention in 2024 and 2023 in the Big 12. Player comps for him, lots of NFL teams, they don't know whether they're going to keep him as a wide receiver or a running back. That's why his one player comp, everybody knows him, but everybody disliked him on the Steelers because of how bad he was. Cordero Patterson and Bryce Ford Wheaton, former West Virginia wide receiver. He was another pick. And the most recent pick here for the Jacksonville Jaguars was Caleb Ransaw. Let me go here. I think he's down in the safeties if I'm correct. Caleb Ransaw, where are you?
Here we go.
Here comes the second pick for the Jaguars. Oh, and there goes another pick that I like. Wyatt Milam, Wyatt Milam from West Virginia is now gone to the Jags as well. I had some sort of pipe dream where he was going to fall to day 3 and we were going to stick him on the offensive line to replace whoever, Mason McCormick, Isaac Seumalo, and just have him eat with Zach next to Zach Frazier for the next 10 years. So Wyatt Milam was the Jaguars' the second of their back-to-back picks, excuse me. Man, I liked that one, but he is now gone. I finally found Caleb Ransaw, my 13th ranked safety, 22 years old, just shy of 6 feet tall, 197 is his weight, 4.33 40. Started his career at Troy, ended up at Tulane for 4 years. 4 years in college total, that is. Last year, 12 games, 34 total tackles, 24 solo, 1 sack, 3 pass defenses. Was a third-team All-AAC player. Kendall Vildor and Yusef Corker are his player comps. Back here to Wyatt Milam now. That was a good pick there for the Jaguars, and I don't like that they made it. Let's go here. Wyatt Milam, even though they have him listed as a guard and he's probably going to play as a guard in the NFL, I have him still as a tackle just because he played all of his snaps there last year. Wyatt Milam from West Virginia, 23 years old, 6'6.5 inches tall, 317 pounds. Has a 5.27 40-yard time. Had a local visit with the Steelers back on March 6th. 4 years down in Morgantown at West Virginia. Last year, 11 games played, 700 snaps at left tackle, gave up no quarterback hits or sacks. In 2024, he was a second-team AP All-American, first-team All-Big 12, and the Big 12 Offensive Lineman of the Year. Because I have some time here on a commercial break, he's a smart and aware player who recognizes when moves are coming or developing. He holds good balance when taking on contact, giving thump in return. Strong hands and punch go through his opponent's chest and grip tightly for good leverage, and he's an excellent run blocker in man and zone schemes, adjusting and mirroring to moving targets. Cons for him: average foot speed and first step quickness. Slow foot speed leaves him being late to squeeze and clean up gaps, and he's inconsistent in centering up his targets and sustaining blocks in the run game. Comps for him: Will Fries, who just got paid a pretty penny in free agency, I believe, with the Minnesota Vikings. And not sure if this guy is still a starter for the Cincinnati Bengals. Cordell Volson is the other pick. The other player comp. Pick is in here for the LA Rams. We're reaching the conclusion here of picks to go here tonight. Pick is in for the Rams. Let me see how Twitter, if they're happy here for the Skeens also struck out Freddie Freeman.
Yeah.
Yep, 1-2-3 first inning for Paul Skeens. Jerry Dulac, someone go check on Mel Kiper. Kiper was hammering the desk literally last night. That teams did not take Shedeur Sanders. Now, and he says Sanders is Kiper's top quarterback. So now he might be, his head might pop off here if Sanders doesn't go in the first round. Caleb Johnson is electric. Great pick. Not the flashy quarterback pick, but great pick. Again, just going back overall, the Steelers' two biggest positional needs heading into this draft. I think we can all agree, aside from quarterback, but we also know that there's a lot going on with Aaron Rodgers and whatnot. Interesting. Blitzberg posted 3 minutes ago. Caleb Johnson has been training with Aaron Rodgers. So maybe that's another influence on the pick.
Could be. I'm trying to find stuff.
Ian Rappaport saying on the TV that Dylan Gabriel, quarterback from Oregon, could be the next quarterback off. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is one of the most hilarious and sad falls of two quarterback prospects I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's the pick for the Rams. And the Rams, they go to the Michigan well. It is defensive end Josiah Stewart. So Josiah Stewart there. Finishing my comment I was about to make earlier. Safe to say the Steelers, they are getting an A+ in this draft in my book so far, because arguably their two biggest positional needs aside from quarterback, but you got the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, were running back and defensive tackle. Defensive tackle first and foremost. With their two draft picks tonight, or yesterday and tonight, they've gotten my number 3 defensive tackle in this draft and my number 5 running back. That is a great positional value for their two picks. Let me go here to
Baltimore picks in.
The pick for the Baltimore Ravens is in. Running through Josiah Stewart's profile here, 22 years old, 6'1", 249. Ran a 4.7 flat 40, 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. With the Wolverines last year, 11 games, 33 tackles, 13 TFLs, 8.5 sacks. Started at Coastal Carolina, finished with Michigan, 4-year career. Here comes the pick for the Ravens. Another good pick for an AFC North team. It is Emory Jones Jr. from LSU. And all of these day 3 picks that I would like the Steelers to get there just rolling right off the board here in this day 2 draft. Finishing about Josiah Stewart here was in 2024 a second team All Big Ten guy. Like I said, 8.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. Player comps for him: Uchenna Nwosu, Azeez Ojulari, and Arnold Ebiketie in the NFL. Now let me go here to the Ravens pick. That is Emory Jones there. Emory Jones is in my guard section. Emory Jones. Maybe. Is he? No, he's in my tackle section. There's Miles Frazier who is in my guard section. So back here in the tackle section, Emory Jones. If I can find him here, why am I having a tough time with this one? There he is. 16th tackle in the draft. Real quick, pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Emory Jones, 21 years old, 6'5", 315, 34-inch arms, 11-inch hands, a 5'3", flat 40, 3 years at LSU, but last year, 12 games played, spent 859 snaps at right tackle, gave up 4 QB hits and 1 sack. Here's the pick for the Seahawks. Who are the Seahawks taking? Oh my goodness! Whoa! Jalen Milroe! He is gone! And he is heading to Seattle! Oh my goodness! Now, ladies and gentlemen, is that the pin in the quarterback grenade?
Wow.
Milroe is going to go back up Sam Darnold up in Seattle. Oh my goodness. Indeed, Flacco. Wow. Milroe finally off the board. It took him to the back end of the 3rd round to go. And looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how much they favored Milroe over Sanders, if they even did. Just looking here, you have left in this 3rd round the Cleveland Browns coming up here in 1 pick, and you got the Las Vegas Raiders with 2 picks. I think those are the only quarterback needy teams I see on the board there. So you got to wonder if that's the chain reaction that's going to start. That's awesome. Good for him. Roll Tide, Flacco says. Jalen Milroe gone to Seattle. Unreal. Wrapping up on the Emory Jones pick from Baltimore. Jones was a all-SEC second-team guy this past year. His pro comps, Tyler Steen and Blake Fisher. Just skipping over pros and cons on players now, trying to catch up. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jalen Milroe, the newest addition to the Seattle Seahawks quarterback room. He is my number 4th quarterback in my rankings. 22 years old from Katy, Texas. 6'2", 225 pounds, 30.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, which he was working on. He did grow them by about half an inch, 2 inch, or an inch maybe at the beginning of this pre-draft process. Didn't do any of the other pro day drills, but he did run a 4.37 40. That is one of the faster quarterback 40 times you ever see. All 4 years with the Crimson Tide. Last year, though, 13 games played, 64.3 completion percentage, 2,844 passing yards, 16 passing touchdowns to 11 interceptions. Ran the ball really well. One of the best running quarterback prospects in years. 726 rushing yards, 20 rushing touchdowns. Did take 23 sacks and he had a QBR of 78.4. Last year, he was in 2023, he was a Manning Award finalist for Best College Quarterback. But this past year, 2024, he was the William V. Campbell Trophy winner for Best Scholar Athlete, a.k.a. he won the Academic Heisman. He's a true dual threat quarterback, especially as a runner. Good luck trying to tackle him in open space. Very shifty. RPO and rollout specialist. That is his favorite thing to do. Quick release to pair with his sneaky velocity on passes, and he improved in the touch and accuracy on deep ball passing this past year. Cons for him: struggles with short to medium passes. He either fires them too hard to catch or inaccurately. Success rates sink when his primary target isn't available, and he takes too many sacks due to slow timing and not feeling pressures. Player comps for Jalen Milroe. We all know him. Former Steelers quarterback Cordell Stewart. And then you have Quincy Carter and Malik Willis as well. Here is the New Orleans Saints pick. And the New Orleans Saints, having taken Tyler Shuck earlier in the evening, they do not double down on quarterback. They instead go safety here with Jonas Sanker, Virginia Tech safety. So Milroe does end up in a situation where he will be a backup, at least for a little while up in Seattle. Sam Darnold got paid big bucks up there, so he will be the starter. Jonas Sanker, real quick, the number 9 QB in my rank, or the number 9 safety in my rankings, 22 years old, 6 foot even, 206 pounds, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, ran a 4.48 40 at Virginia for 4 years, 12 games played last year, 98 total tackles, 65 solo, 2 sacks, 4 pass defenses, 1 INT, and 2 fumble recoveries. Was a first-team All-ACC the past 2 years. Player comps for Jonas Sanker, who just went to the Saints, Jeff Heath, and Cole Bishop.
Shador just tweeted 7 minutes ago, "Thank you, God, for everything."
Really? 7 minutes ago, Shedeur Sanders, "Thank you, God, for everything." That is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Cleveland Browns, their pick is in now. They haven't taken a quarterback yet. Hold on to your butts. Hey, now the Saints passed 2. Well, they took Tyler Shuck, but now we got the pick is in here. The Browns are up. Shedeur Sanders just tweeted out, "Thank you, God, for everything." Very cryptic tweet. You got to wonder what it is. Did he get the call? Is he trying to stay optimistic about what's going on? Here we go. Not over yet. We got some more fireworks. There's the Steelers official post there. Staying in the black and gold, just swapping logos. Caleb Johnson, like that pick a lot. There's a video of Caleb Johnson getting the call. I will watch that here in a little bit. Apparently, Barstool Sports posted this. Quinshon Judkins, the running back who got taken by the Browns, was in the bathroom when he got his call for the draft. Barstool Sports, Quinshon Judkins, first dude to get drafted while taking a dump. Oh my gosh. Okay, nervous time here. Nervous. What are we thinking, everyone? The Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Graham, Schlesinger, Judkins, and Fannin, all good picks for them here tonight. Will they cap it off with possibly taking Shedeur Sanders? They're flashing the quarterback room right now. Deshaun Watson, of course, the worst trade in all of sports history. Well, second to Doncic now. But he will miss the season with his Achilles injury. Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco, the two horses in that QB room right now. Oh, boy. What are we feeling here, chat? Sanders is there. Other quarterbacks, Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, Dylan Gabriel that Ian Rappaport was talking about a couple minutes ago. Here we go. Here comes the pick. Hold on tight, everybody. Oh, they did go quarterback. It's Dylan Gabriel. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh. Wow. Dylan Gabriel went ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
Holy smoke.
Oh my God, no way indeed there, eh?
Wow.
This is insane.
Man.
This is the worst slide of a quarterback in the history of the NFL. In history. Maybe even the history of all drafts across any sport ever.
Wow. This is unreal.
What seemed like a month ago a consensus top 5 pick in Shedeur Sanders might slide out of the first 3 rounds completely. So that thank you God. That was like him trying to stay optimistic. Hey, shout out Dylan. He had an awesome season. Lost 1 game last year, indeed. Gabriel was a key part of that regular season undefeated Oregon Ducks team with Derek Harmon. But unfortunately, Gabriel, he was not too high in my quarterback rankings. I have Gabriel as my number 10 overall QB in this draft class. 24 years old from Mililani, Hawaii. 6 feet even, 205 pounds, 29-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.83 40. 6 years in college, so very experienced in college, kind of like Tyler Shuck, who went earlier tonight. Started at the University of Central Florida, then went to Oklahoma, and then went to Oregon. So he consistently kept moving westward across the country. Last year with the Ducks, 14 games, 72.9 completion percentage, 100 yards and change, shy of 4,000 yards passing, 30 passing touchdowns to 6 interceptions, 7 rushing touchdowns as well, 21 sacks, 86.4 QBR. Real quick, the pick for the New England Patriots is in. And here is the selection, as a matter of fact. Pick 95. Who's New England taking? And Jared Wilson's gone. Center from Georgia. There goes the first center in the draft class. Again, it is a very weak center class this year. I have just 5 centers in my rankings. So that is the New England pick. Back to, well, hang on here. Dylan Gabriel. Maybe, there we go. Okay, Dylan Gabriel right there for Cleveland. Is the pick. Let me finish up talking about him, then I'll spit some gospel on Jared Wilson. Gabriel was a 2023 first team All Big 10, All Big 12 guy, and then last year, 2024 first team All Big 10, 2024 Big 10 Graham George Offensive Player of the Year, third team AP All-American, and he was, I think, a distant finalist for the Heisman Trophy.
Trade.
We got a trade. Hold on here.
Trade.
The Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons have traded up. And the pick is in. So Atlanta is on the clock here. Just wrapping up Dillon Gabriel real quick. Skimming through my pros and cons. Reason why he's so down there. Didn't run a fast 40, and he's a short quarterback with weaker arms compared to the rest in this draft class. But here's the selection for the Falcons. And there goes the final of my top 3 safeties is off the boards. Xavier Watts from Notre Dame is heading to ATL. Xavier Watts. There's the pick for the Falcons. By the way, Dillon Gabriel's pro comps, Kellen Moore and Stetson Bennett. So not too good comparisons there. Real quick, New England. They took a center, Jared Wilson. Now, Wilson, I will say he is my top center in this class, but that's because it is just such a weak center class. 22 years old, 6'3", 310 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 11-inch hands, ran a 4.8, 4.40, a 1.72. Hang on, we got a trade. The Houston Texans have came up now.
Yep, trade.
Another trade. One more time tonight, at least. Trade alert. And the pick is in. I wonder how active Omar Khan is right now. But the pick is in here for the Houston Texans. Back to Jared Wilson, the New England Patriots new center, filling in for, I think, a retired David Andrews. 4 years at Georgia, 12 games played. Here's the pick. Hang on. Corner Jalen Smith from USC is the pick. All right, I can live with that. I think he's one of my lower ranked corners, but Jared Wilson here. Last year with Georgia, 12 games, 810 center snaps, only gave up 1 quarterback hit, no sacks. Second team All SEC. Zach Tom, and I don't get this one, but okay, one of Jared Wilson, the new Patriots centers, one of his comps. Zach Frazier. So, handful of Steelers are getting comped around this year for players. Real quick, back to one pick earlier. We had the Atlanta Falcons trading up to get Xavier Watts. He is my number 3 safety this year from Notre Dame. 23 years old, 6 foot even, 204 pounds, ran a 4.56 40, has had a 9 foot 10-inch broad jump and a 35-inch vertical. All 5 years at the University of Notre Dame. 16 games played, 82 total tackles, 52 of those solo, 10 pass defenses, 6 interceptions, had 1 INT, forced fumble, and fumble recovery last year. In 2023, he was the Bronco Nagurski Award winner for Best College Defender, and he is a 2-time first-team AP All-American, the first in 2023, the second in 2024. Last year, he was a Sugar Bowl defensive MVP, and he, alongside his fellow Irish teammates, were a national championship finalist. Player comps for him, back-to-back players with comps to Pittsburgh Steelers. This guy, about to be a Pittsburgh Steeler for the first time in his career, Juan Thornhill. Other comps, Malik Hooker and Kyler Gordon. So that's a good pick there for the Atlanta Falcons in my pick. Last one here. A real quick pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. They have back-to-back picks here, and they are still a dark horse to take a quarterback. Will it finally end with these next two picks? We will find out momentarily. Real quick, gonna try to find and skim through Jalen Smith from USC. Jalen Smith, my 24th corner in my rankings, 21 years old. 5 feet, 10.5 inches, 187 is his weight, 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.45 40, a 32.5-inch vert, and a 10-foot, 2-inch broad jump. 4 years at USC, 10 games last year, 59 tackles, 40 solo, 2 pass defenses, and 2 INTs. Did miss 2 games with an undisclosed injury. Was a third-team All-Big Ten guy, and his player comp is Marcellus Dial. And now we see if it is Shedeur Sanders time. Back-to-back picks here for the Raiders. Let me catch up on some comments. No way. Shout out Dylan. He had an awesome season. Lost 1 game last year. If the Raiders say no, he is going to have to get his CDL. He's just
Holy
short.
cow.
Honest.
Holy cow. Wow.
I got a pump.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, in here. I really think that the Patriots are going to be good this year. Yeah, they could be a sneaky pick. I think they'll be better than the Jets and Dolphins. What if Sanders' interviews were so bad he goes undrafted? That would be insane. That would have to be like a consensus. Like all 32 teams get on a Zoom call and say, hey, this guy, persona non grata. We do not talk about this guy. We don't think about this guy. That'd be crazy. Has to end sometime here. Raiders got back-to-back picks. We'll see if it happens here. This is all just confirmation about the rumors about his poor draft interviews. Yeah.
Yep.
Freight train now has to be it. He failed their personality test. Insane. I mean, these next 2 picks are his last chance. Holy shit. What if they take Will Howard? That'd be insane. Imagine. Daddy can't interview for him. True. Now we wait. And here we go. Here comes the first of the first 2 picks.
Yeah. Okay, you're off.
This dude's gonna talk, dude. It's 11:08 at night, and we got 5 picks. Let's go. See, he's doing this long spiel again. It's making me think it's a quarterback.
Yep.
He did this earlier. Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech, is the pick. Interesting. And ladies and gentlemen, even though I did work on probably around 290 prospects, this is the first prospect in this draft that I actually have no idea who the hell don't know much about him or how good he is. So we're gonna just chill here for a second and wait for the Raiders' second pick. That is their first of back-to-back picks here. Pick 98. So 99 coming up here after this. Barring a trade, there will be no quarterback taken tonight if one does not go here. Pick is in here for the Raiders again. Guard, not bad. Better than drafting a water boy, regardless of what happens. Great coverage, Brady. Thank you very much, Freight Train. I appreciate it very, very much. He's a big dude. Holy crap. I bet here. Let me just real quick click on his profile on NFL.com just to see.
He's back again.
6'5", 312. And a 5'1" flat 40. Okay. We're back again here. Here we go. Oh, wow. No quarterback. No quarterback. It is Charles Grant, tackle from William and Mary. Wow. Now, that's a guy that I do have. I would have liked the Steelers to maybe take a peek into him tomorrow if he kept falling. But, wow, back-to-back offensive linemen for the Raiders. That is insane. And next final three picks of the night. San Francisco 49ers, Philadelphia Eagles, and Minnesota Vikings. So, unless there's a comment, there is no, or a trade, there is no quarterback left to take here tonight. Tackle, ha ha ha. CDL, baby, CDL. Time to put in some miles. Damn, Flacco says, indeed. All right, I do have Charles Grant in my rankings here. I actually like him a lot if he were to possibly be like a swing tackle, maybe a guy who sits behind Jones or Fautanu and takes over if one of those guys falters. But here we go, back in the tackle section. Charles Grant from William and Mary. He is my number 8 tackle in this draft. 23 years old, 6'5", 311 pounds, from Portsmouth, Virginia. 35-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Ran a 5.05 40. Other than that, he didn't do anything besides do 20 reps on the bench at 225. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine. Was at William and Mary for 5 years. Last year, 12 games, 751 left tackle snaps, gave up just 1 QB hit and 2 sacks. He's a three-time first team All-CEA member from 2022 through 2024. 2023, he was a second-team AP All-American, and in 2024, he was a first-team AP FCS All-American. Skimming through his pros and cons, light build, but powerful lower body, sees him get good footwork and positioning before engaging. Good pace and quickness with his lateral movements. Super long arms, 34 inches, make reach, blocks on defenders easily. And his wrestling background, they actually just showed on the TV screen, I saw out of the corner of my eye, him picking up someone and slamming him down. His wrestling background gives him an understanding of how to finish blocks and better usage of leverage and strength. Cons for Charles Grant, he will experience a massive increase in competition level that may take a while to adjust to. Again, going from William and Mary, I think that is a FCS school. Low hand setups and inconsistent punch quickness will give opponents the opportunity to get hands on his chest and cancel out his length advantage. And his last con I have here, average slide quickness causes him to hug and hold edge rushers. Player comps for him, a good one here, a second-round pick a couple of years ago for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Cody Mock is his player comp. Pick is in here for the San Francisco... almost did it again there. Yep. San Francisco 49ers. Pick is in. Okay. Let's go through Twitter. I'm sure that is a very happy and fruitful place right now. There I am seeing the Shadur comment there. Thank God for everything. Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan bashing the pick of Caleb Johnson, loaded running back class, and you take Johnson over Sanders. Terrible pick. Well, here's the thing. It's a strong class, but you need a change of pace back to Jaylen Warren. You want a 6-foot+ guy like Najee Harris, and he was the best one in the class. Boy, how Dylan Gabriel over Shadur Sanders. It's Buffalo over. Colorado Buffaloes. Wow. Boy, Sami Zayn is in Montreal for the playoff game. Big Habs fan. Yeah. All right, here we go. Third to last pick of the night. Another good pick off the board there. Upton Stout. I believe I have him as a safety, even though I have him listed as a corner. He is pick number 100 in this draft. San Francisco. Upton Stout. There he is. Filipponi is a loser. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the impression that he gives off at 93.7 The Fan. I assume you listen to 93.7 The Fan too, Freight Train. Which is your favorite show? The morning show with Crowley and Dickerson, afternoon with Starkey and Pompiani, or afternoon with Pony and Muller? I have my pick. All right. Need the defensive section here. Upton Stout. Let's find out where you are. And there's Upton Stout right there. My 18th safety in this class. 23 years old. Hold on. We have a trade. The Denver Broncos have come back in to the third round for the final time tonight. Most likely, we have a trade alert. And the pick is in. Back to Stout here, 23 years old, from Houston. One of the smaller players, not even 5'9", 182 pounds. Here's the pick for the Broncos. All right, so they go defensive end, and that is a good pick. There's Savion Jones from LSU. He's one of those guys who went to the Reese's Senior Bowl and put on a show, and that boosted his draft stock all the way up from, a pick tomorrow up to the back end of day 3. So we'll cover him in a minute. Wrapping up here on Upton Stout, 23 years old, 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands, 4.44 40-yard dash. 5 years in college, started at North Texas, transferred to Western Kentucky. Last year, 12 games, 52 tackles, 29 solo, 1 sack, 1 pass defense, 1 interception, and was a 2024 first team all-conference USA player last year. Player comp for him, Malik Mustafa of the San Francisco 49ers. So he gets to go join his player comp. And now, give me 1 second here to get up to the edge rushers. Okay, edge rushers. Where is Savion Jones? Where did I leave him at in my rankings? Savion Jones. Paging Savion Jones. Savion Jones, there he is. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, the final pick of the evening is in. It is the Minnesota Vikings. And here is the selection. Final pick of the evening. Shedeur Sanders is going to need to wait for day 3. Crazy. Here comes the final pick 102. It'll pick up tomorrow with the Tennessee Titans, Jacksonville Jaguars, and New York Giants. And it is Kai Felton from Maryland. So a wide receiver ends the night. Felton, one of my middle of the pack wide receivers who's like closer to the top. I like him. That's a good pick up there for them. He'll be in a good offense there with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. So real quick, let me talk about Savion Jones, my 16th rated edge. 21 years old, 6'5", 280, 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, 4'7", 440, 9'11" broad jump, 33-inch vertical. LSU alum now, was there for 4 years down in Death Valley. 13 games played last year, 40 tackles, 19 solo, 8 tackles for loss, 4.5 sacks, had 2 pass defenses, 2 forced fumbles, and 1 fumble recovery. His player comps, Colby Wooden and Isaiah Thomas. I believe Wooden is still in the NFL. I'm not sure about Thomas. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last pick of the night. It is Tai Felton from Maryland. Let me go 1 second here. I'm in the guards. Let me go back up here to the wide receivers. Tai Felton. There he is right there. My number 14 rated prospect out of my 41 wide receivers. So he's number 14. 22 years old from Ashburn, Virginia. 6'1", 183 pounds, 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands. 4.37 40, very fast. 1.51 10-yard split, 10-10 on the broad jump, 39.5-inch vertical. 4 years at Maryland with the Tarpons. Last year, 12 games, 96 receptions, 1,124 receiving yards, and 9 receiving touchdowns. Last year was a third-team AP All-American and a first-team All-Big Ten guy. Sparing the pros and cons here, late night player comps, Raheem Jarrett and Devontae Walker. So that is how things end this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders did fall to the Steelers, but they did not go. That is insane. Shedeur still on the board. Should be an interesting day tomorrow with Sanders still there. Still some other good prospects as well. Jack Sawyer is one of them that comes to mind. So we'll have to wait and see. Until then, appreciate you all joining me here tonight. I'm ahead to bed. Nightman, once again, thanks so much for all your due diligence and research you did on these players. It's clear you are a lot into this. Thanks for a great show. Thank you, for coming by. I hope you stop by tomorrow. Hope 7 of you still left in here. Thanks for staying up with me late night. Join me back here tomorrow. I'll be live for day 4, probably, or for day 3, I should say. I won't be going too in depth on these prospects because picks are going to go quicker than they did tonight. So appreciate you all. Thank you very much. We've had a lot of bad takes throughout years. Thanks for a great show. I'll be here tomorrow. Thank you. See you guys back here tomorrow. Appreciate it. If you are still in here and you're new, if you haven't done so, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you see when I am live tomorrow. Like and share this stream and comment on it when it's done. On behalf of my dad, PJ, and on behalf of myself, thank you all for joining me tonight. See you back here as we wrap up the 2025 NFL Draft. Will Shedeur Sanders be a Steeler? We find out tomorrow. Peace, guys.